All right, we called to order our third budget workshop. Let me ask this quick question. We'll do the mayor first, but when do y'all want to do the closed session about the personnel? Do it at the end, when everybody's gone. Everybody may be gone before the end. If I'm here, it won't be the end yet. Anybody else care?
That's fine.
The end's all right with me.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to thank you all for letting me come out and talk to you again. We came down to Belhaven a few months ago, and we really appreciate you all coming to Belhaven. Years past, the county commissioners didn't ever really come to Belhaven. We don't have that much representation on the board anymore. And the last, I guess, 3 or 4 years, with the exception of one, you all have come down to Belhaven to see what the citizens are talking about. And a lot of people are really thankful that you come down. We get a lot of comments about it. And it gives us a chance to show you issues like I'm going to talk about tonight. I was asked by the county manager and Jerry and some other folks said, hey, come to our budget workshop and talk to us. So here I am. And what I'm going to do is go through a shortened version of the presentation that I gave you. I got an hour and a half, don't I? A shortened version of the presentation for you. So we're just going to run back over it right quick.
We're going to give him more than 3 minutes, aren't we?
All right.
He's a mayor, Bill.
3 minutes is pretty good. 3 minutes is good. Right. Y'all give 3 minutes to everybody?
Yeah,
See?
pretty much.
Right.
We're going to give you more. Right. Cameron?
All right. Going over our challenges again. One of the problems we've got with this county sewer is we've got in-town rates out in the county. Of course, that's a problem because there's so much infrastructure out and the density of customers on the line is so much less in the county. You know that the problem with the drawings, there's no as-built to the drawings, a brand new sewer system, and there's not complete as-built. The distance, again, is a factor. We're having to go out. Our water and sewer guys are having to go out and locate sewer lines. Not just once in a while, but a lot. For example, there was some broadband installation in the northeastern part of the county. Our guys spent a lot of time, days and days and days, out locating sewer lines. There's, the construction of the county system is poor. We've dealt with system failures. There's a wet well there at Pantigga lift station that needs a $15,000 liner right now. That's an expense that people of Belhaven are supposed to take care of, you all feel like. Thrust blockers. A lot of the elbows are missing the thrust blockers. Laterals, they should be at a 45-degree angle into the system. Instead, they're in 90 degrees, which is causing more pressure. There's all these problems. Pipes seem to be too thin. Our sewer man is saying that he thinks that the expansion and contraction of the pipes is causing problems and leaks. The tracer line that go on the pipes, they're not there everywhere, so it gets hard to find the pipes. They have to dig to find where the pipe is. And the grinder pumps are an issue. The grinder pump issue is one of the biggest issues we have. I'm showing you this to show you what the town of Belhaven is dealing with, trying to help the county with sewer. With the grinder pumps, now remember, we've got people out in the county who are paying the same rates as people in town. The people in town do not have grinder pumps, so they don't even have that expense. Out in the county, these grinder pumps are low-pressure closed systems in the county, which require a grinder pump. These grinder pumps have a life expectancy of 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years on average, they start having problems. The cost of a new grinder pump is $2,500. Now, think about having one customer who's in town, who's a citizen, and they're paying the same rate as somebody else who has a $2,500 cost to the town at some point in the future. So the person out in the county has a problem that is going to cost the town $2,500 in the future that the person in town doesn't. Town staff has started becoming pretty good at rebuilding some of the pumps. The cost to rebuild a pump is $300. We are rebuilding about 2 or 3 pumps a month, and we're replacing 3 or 4 pumps per year. We started charging, we started figuring out and looking at this contract and seeing that there was no provision made for the grinder pumps. We started charging $10 a month for grinder pump replacement. Well, in 10 years, we will have collected $1,200 from that customer and replace the pumps $2,500. So that's not really a good deal. But the people out in the county are not wealthy people by and large, and they're struggling, and we hate to put it on them. The fact is, the shortage between the $1,200 and $2,500, the poor people of Belhaven are paying.
Adam, put that back up for a second.
All right?
I got a question.
All right.
Town staff rebuilds 2 to 3 pumps per month. That's 20 to 30. But as you're saying, town staff only replaces 3-4 pumps per year.
Well, the life expectancy of the pump is just getting here. See, we're at the average pump lasts 7 to 8 years. So replacing new pumps, we're just
it's going to accelerate.
Mightily. It should mightily, because the average life is 7 to 8 years. So we've got all these new pumps going to have to be put out there, and we haven't collected enough money for it. So Miss Smith on Punga Street, the lady living on Social Security, is paying for these pumps.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're going to collect $1,200 over 10 years and at $300 to replace the pump.
For a $2,500 event. Is that good math?
$300 is your rebuild, and so you've rebuilt the pump 4 times.
Yeah, but we're not able to rebuild all of them. We're having to replace them. And at some point, we'll have to replace them in the future. The rebuilds are coming when people put stuff in there that shears the blades.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a situation, we're going to have to actually replace these pumps at some time.
So you're just replacing the impeller and the bearings?
Yeah, we rebuild them, yeah. So anyway, we've got that situation going on. And then, of course, we've had the issue of the system. We've got all this flow coming from the county, and it's running into Belhaven at our California Street lift station, which was designed to handle a small section of West Belhaven. Instead of handling the small section of West Belhaven, now it's handling the small section of West Belhaven plus about 240 or 50 people, homes. So we've got a situation where that lift station is being worked mighty hard. So that brought us about to, because of the county flow, having to do work on that California station. We're also doing some I&I work in town, which has nothing to do with you. And then we had to do a sewer bypass. We're working on that, which has everything to do with you. I'm going to go through these numbers pretty quick. If you look up, you'll see the wastewater treatment plant. We're doing about $70,000 of work to it. Our engineer right here, Gary Hartong, he looked at the plant, came up with a number of about 28% of that $70,000 could be attributed to the county. And if we look, that's about $19,600 of that $70,000 that could be attributed to the county. And then if we look at this force main bypass, which the county is the reason we're having to put that in, 84% of that can be attributed to the county, which is a total of $913,319. So that's the amount of the force main bypass that we attribute to the county. The reason all of it's not attributed to the county is because that bypass is going to take some flow from the California Street station around town. So we are going to use that a little bit to take some more pressure off that lift station. But you can see that, once again, the county's flow is causing us having to do things that we wouldn't normally do. And if you look at the project, you look at the total cost, the wastewater treatment plant, the total cost $86,000. The California Street pump station improvements $249,000. The I&I work $1.4 million. Force main $1.3 million. The total of the project we're doing right now is $3,096,304. We've got that money. The town has put up $132,000 so far. We got grants of $1 million from the Rural Center. We got grants of $982,000 from Clean Water, and then we've got loan out here of $982,000. Now that loan, when we look at that, and we break it down, if you look, you'll see that basically that wastewater treatment plant, that part of the project, the total debt service is $2,993 a year. If we look at the California Street, which, by the way, I think you all should be paying part of that because you all ruined the pump with all that flow going through there. You burn our pumps up. But Gary decided not to include that in your cost, so you thank Gary for that. We're still arguing about that. Okay?
Gary.
So that costs $5,000.
Still got your job?
$5,000. $893 a year, the debt on that. The I&I business is $28,203. The force main, which comes into your interest, $31,720. So the total amount of debt we're paying on this big sewer project is $68,809. If we go back and we plug in that 28%, basically we have a situation where you all should be paying about $838 of that debt per year on the wastewater treatment plant improvements, and you should be paying about $26,645 a year of the improvements or the actual construction of the force main bypass. So the total amount that we show that the county should be coming up with is $27,483. That's the amount of money that conservatively, and I say conservatively, that Gary's come up. Because I told Gary, we don't want to come up here and show you all numbers that you can pick to death and blow away. I want numbers that we can all sleep with, and if you all want to check and look, you can talk with Gary and he'll show you the numbers. This is conservative. Actually, once again, the California station, y'all should be chipping in on that. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that debt in detail. And when we come look at everything, that project is $3,098,611. We've got the grants in place. We come down and look at the loan, that $982,000. It's a 2% interest rate on that from the Rural Center. It's a 20-year loan. The total payment the first year is $68,000. Your part of that's $27,483. And the way that's come to, once again, is by Gary looking at the flow at the plant, looking at what you all have caused as far as impact to the town, and trying to put a number on it, which I think he's done in a very reasonable manner. And my thing is, if we look at the note, if you look here at principal and interest, you can see the first year, $933,000. There's $49,149 of principal that year, $19,660 of interest, for a total of $68,000. And if you look at the principal payment stays the same, the interest is front loaded. So you have a situation there where, once again, what we're asking for is each year we can figure, based on the percentages that we can agree to, we can figure exactly what the county share would be. Now, when I show you this, I think you need to understand that our projection over the last year, if this project had been in place, the town would have lost $30,000. All right. Well, this comes up to $27,000 or so that we've come up with that you all as your fair share. So by paying that $27,000, now we got a situation where the town's just losing $3,000. When we talk about the allocation of putting some money towards Belhaven, I think we need to back up and think about what we did here. You all came to the town of Belhaven and said, we got some failing sewer systems out here. We got some problems out here. Can you help us? And some people who couldn't do math said, yes, we can. Okay? And then they took the Belhaven sewer system, saw a check coming for impact fee, and couldn't do math. And then all of a sudden, here we are in a situation where we have a perpetual loser, right on out until whenever. Now you say, hey, there'll be some great growth come along. This could be a big money maker. If y'all could tell me when the growth is coming, we could talk about that. I don't think it's coming for a good while. So we've got a loser that's going to continue to perpetuate.
Can I interject just a minute? God bless you. You're putting up a spirited defense for the city of Belhaven, and you're not done, and you're doing a wonderful job. And let the record be shown that when the city of Belhaven came together with the county commissioners, you were not the mayor then. You're not responsible for any of this problem, none whatsoever. And also let it be shown that there was not really a sewer problem. It was a septic problem out there. There was some grant monies. There was the talk of building a school down in Hell's Swamp. There were some other machinations, and I believe the mayor at that time was Mr. Boyette, Dr. Boyette. And Dr. Boyette got together with our Committee of 100, Economic Development, the powers to be around Washington. Not so much the commissioners, but they kind of came together, put together a deal that I voted against, Hood voted against, because we didn't want you guys to have that sewer system, not the county sewer system, but the Belhaven sewer system. Not that you guys are inadequate under your direction or Dr. Boyette,
but because we felt like it was our franchise.
Right.
And we felt like we should stay in charge, that we should be the one to build it out, not Dr. Boyette and his guy who built this out, not us, him. So I just want that to be shown that, I think you're doing a great job presenting this, but the problem is a systemic one, and it was in place before you came on board, and long before some of these members of this board came on board. So have at it a little while longer.
Well, let me ask this question right here.
What do you
And
think?
everybody clear their mind and be open-minded for a second. Let's say Pitt County came to Beaufort County. And Pitt County said, you know what? We've got a problem over in Grimesland. We need some help. We know you all have a sewer system. How about if you all service Grimesland with some sewer and we'll work out a deal? And everybody says, yes, let's help out Pitt County. Let's do well. Let's try to help them. And we're not trying to make a killing on them. We're just trying to help them. So you put in place an agreement with Pitt County. And then you find out that the costs are more than you thought. And you have a situation where some people that were making the decisions didn't really know what they were doing. And now all of a sudden the people of Beaufort County are subsidizing the people in Pitt County sewer.
But wouldn't you
Now,
think that it
let
would
me
be
finish,
incumbent
let me
upon the
finish, let me
commissioners of
finish,
Beaufort
let me
County?
finish,
You're projecting
let
the
me
scenario.
finish.
Let me answer.
No, let me
Hold on,
finish.
Stan.
Come on, Chairman, shut him down. So anyway, so you got Pitt County over there, and you've sent them sewer. It's not working out. Now, Pitt County, they're over there, and they know that it's costing. You show them the numbers, and you say it's costing us more to take care of y'all than we're charging. Wouldn't you expect Pitt County to say, hey, you all are doing us a favor. What does it cost? We want to make sure that since you all are doing us a favor, that you're not going to have some shortcoming. I would think everybody would want to do that. Well, Pitt County is not even a Beaufort County taxpayer, and you'd want to do that because it's the right thing. In this situation, the people of Belhaven are Beaufort County taxpayers. That's even worse. So we got people who are county taxpayers, and we've got Miss Smith on Pungo Street, who once again is a lady living on Social Security trying to figure out how to pay our outrageous light bills, and she can't make it. And now we're asking her to subsidize people out in Pantigga and Terracea their sewer. And hey, we love people in Pantigga and Terracea. They're our family, friends, love them to death. But Miss Smith on Punga Street can't pay for Miss Smith and Terracea's sewer. She can't do it. So what we need is some help to take care of that problem. Because what's happened is the good people of Belhaven have tried to help with our sewer system, and it's not worked out right. Now, when we talk about our agreement, Stan,
Yes.
we talk about our agreement. This is the contract. Right here. See that contract. Now, there's a problem with that contract. There's a
Yeah,
problem.
y'all signed it.
Well, other than the math, there's a problem with that contract. Do you know you're not actually holding a contract? It's like magic. You know what? That's got to be pre-audited. Do you see a finance officer sign that contract? Here's the general statute saying that's got to be pre-audited. We had another company called Turnpike that was hammering the town for a couple $1 million, really. And we had to get an attorney, and we're not getting an attorney with you all. We're not even threatening that, not saying that. But we had to sit there and go through legalese because the situation for the town was so dire. You don't have a contract with the town. And that's a fact. You can give it to your lawyer. He can talk about research before he can give you an opinion. But we don't even have a contract. But we're not trying to get into all that. We just want to make it so it don't hurt the people of Belhaven. We want to help you. That's what we want to do. But hey, look, be reasonable. Look at our numbers and say, hey, look, that looks reasonable. If you got a question about numbers, talk to the man. But we just want to be reasonable. We're losing money helping y'all. Well, that ain't the way it's supposed to be because it's not a zero-sum game. All right? It's not. We're all county taxpayers. And that's why I come here today and why I've had you a couple times in Belhaven trying to express that this is something that needs to be dealt with. It needs to be dealt with as soon as you can. Because we keep going year after year and not doing anything about it. We're about to start that force main. Gary, how long before we're going to start that thing?
Less than 60 days.
So we're about to build that force main. Well, there's going to have to be some money start coming up in the next 12 months or so. And we want you all to say, hey, we'll help you. Now, the other thing is, Belhaven's budget is about $2 million. Y'all's is about $60 million. How much is it?
52.
52.
We have our way tonight.
52 million. So I would think that you all could find $27,000 to save face, be, doing your part, doing your fair share, and not see me anymore, I mean, y'all really want me to come back? I know some of y'all love me, I know that. But we just want some help.
I
And
think
that's
you're
ba-
in the pulpit.
What kind of question do you have? Y'all got any questions?
I got one. Okay, when you were proposing a scenario between Pitt County and Beaufort County, you would have to agree that it would be incumbent upon the Beaufort County Commissioners to have at least some measure of wisdom to say, okay, we want to help Pitt County, but not to the exclusion of the taxpayers of Beaufort
Absolutely.
County.
Absolutely.
Well, your former city council and your mayor wanted to be good buddies
Right.
with the powers to be around Washington,
Yep.
and they gave up a lot of stuff.
That's absolutely so.
And I didn't want it. I didn't, for a variety of reasons, not least of which the Hell Swamp School, not least of which I didn't want to give up the franchise. Hood didn't want it.
Yep.
So that was 2 votes against it. I wish it didn't go that way. I wish it had never happened. I wish that bell could be unrung. But, I mean, the bell's been rung, and it's still ringing.
What you said is exactly, completely, and totally accurate. I don't have any dispute at all. My problem is that you haven't gotten over on somebody from Nash County.
Exactly.
You've gotten over on a fellow Beaufort County.
Well, I got, once again,
you-
it wasn't
you've
me
gotten over-
trying to get over
you've
on
gotten over.
Dr. Boyette and his
It's not-
minions.
no, that-
It wasn't me.
they're not-
Now that's a dead end road y'all running back up and
But
down.
it is a very true road.
Look, a business deal is a business deal. I was sitting here on this board. I voted against what happened out of this. But I was sitting here on this board, and the leadership in the town of Belhaven, Dr. Boyette and his finance manager, not officer, but the manager down there, were licking their chops when they came before these commissioners because they had a deal that they wanted. It was a business deal, and they were going to make a lot of money out of it. And I was opposed to it because there was a whole lot of things like joint responsibility that should have been there. Because I feel like if the county had been involved in it, number one, we would have known from the books when you were losing money, and we would have done something ourselves. Now, how many people have y'all cut off from service for not paying bills?
I have no idea.
See,
We've cut
this,
people off.
yeah, but you see, what we're getting into here is every time I start asking questions
20.
about how efficiently you run the system, nobody seems to know. You're somewhat in the same position that your predecessors were in. You're here asking for money, but the town of Belhaven, when that deal was done, the manager of Beaufort County, Paul Spruill, along with Charles Boyette and his town manager, assured us this was a good deal for them. We gave y'all several $100,000. Everybody was as happy as they could be, and they left here. There were no problems to be resolved, and all the problems had been resolved. This board was assured of that. So, if the town of Belhaven can't count, that is not our problem.
You talk about a business deal. That's your business deal. Let me show you matching. No business deal.
But I got something more stronger than that.
No, you
I've got
don't.
some signed
You don't have
statements.
a business
Oh,
deal.
yes, I do.
You don't have
The,
one.
the state has got the documents that you've agreed to accept that
It's
sewage.
not pre-audited.
I don't care whether it's pre-audited or not.
We can
You've got the
charge you whatever we
sewage.
want to charge you. We don't even have to take.
You
the
need
sewage.
to start charging people for the sewage then.
Have you thought about the folks out in the county who are struggling to get by and can't pay double rates? We think about that, even though they're not living in Belhaven.
I was against
we
that
think
to
about them
begin
paying
with.
$90 and $100 for
I was
sewer.
against that to begin with
All right,
because it
go
was
on.
bad
Bill,
business.
You got a question?
Yeah, thanks for considering the people in the rural area, but I have a question for you, engineer here. You stated up here that you had problems with thin pipe, 45-degree angles and 90-degree angles and all that. How much of that, and you said that was contributed to us, how much of that would be contributed to us if those problems were corrected? Nobody thought about that, have they?
Well, I think the one thing to look at again, that was done under, with a different engineer.
I understand. I'm not
And I
doubting
think-
your
and-
word.
And those problems that Adam put up there, I think we're trying to portray the situation they're in now. I can't give you an exact dollar
But what I'm
figure
saying
on
is,
where-
and correct me, Mayor, if I'm wrong, the mayor got me believing that was part of the problem. So if it's not corrected, that's gonna continue to be the part of the problem. And that, if that was corrected, then. You corrected that's what.
That's right, they're making.
We're absorbing that ourselves.
I think one thing to look at here, and Adam can cut me off if you would like, is the ramifications of where we sit if we don't move forward with the Force Main Bypass project. You basically got three things going on. You've got Pantego out there with a permitted capacity which is higher than what the state will allow for future growth. At some point, just the way that the system was permitted, the state may come back and limit the number of connections in Pantego if some capital improvements aren't made to the Force Main Bypass and to that pump station. There will be no linear bay development in the future with the current configuration if the Force Main Bypass isn't put in. And then lastly, one of the things that y'all have done a good job, you got a $500,000 rural center grant. The town also got a $500,000 rural grant in addition to $900,000 in grant money. So there's $1.9 million in this project now in grant funds that, given the current changes in the legislature as we speak, that money will not be available for many years to come. So if the town were to elect not to proceed forward with the Force Main Bypass, they wouldn't be coming back to you and asking for $28,000, because a good portion of that's grant money now. They'd probably be asking for a lot more because they'd have to get it in loan funds instead of the grant funds that they have in hand now.
Talking about economic development, if you don't have that bypass, there's a moratorium. We're not taking any more people on over there. We're not taking anybody, because when it rains, sewage comes in our streets.
Yeah.
That's not
Okay.
coming from our system.
You're
That is
putting
coming
pressure
from your
on-
system.
No. You all have made it worse because we got 230 or 40 more people putting sewage towards the Belhaven system and running through it.
That is your problem,
That
though.
is
No, it's not our
more
problem.
than the customers we have in town.
So your system, our system, no water gets entrained into our system. It operates under pressure.
Commissioner,
I'm glad you said your system because it's still issues.
well, what's going on is everything from the county, whether if it's watertight or not, is being pumped in that California Street pump station.
That's right.
California Street turns around and pumps to King. King turns around and pumps to another one, and then that one pumps to another one before the wastewater treatment plant. So everything that comes into California Street goes through 3 pump stations after that pump station. So not only is the county's flow going through there, you've got the town's flow, which is also coming into those same pump stations. So yes, it is happening in the town system. They realize they have an infiltration inflow problem. That's why they've got a $1.3 million project to correct some of those known deficiencies. But the county's flow is being pumped all the way through Belhaven's system, which if this Force Main Bypass is put in place, everything will remain pressure, like you said, and pump all the way around town, which will alleviate that added pressure from the county and the town's network.
Because you all don't have a contract with the town, if you all are not going to help, we need to renegotiate a contract because we don't have a contract. The second thing is, if you all don't do anything, what we're going to do is we're going to jack the rates up out in the county till Miss Smith on Punga Street's not losing money. And Miss Smith on Punga Street's not upset about that. Now, the people in Pantego are going to be upset about that. And they're going to say, what happened? And, you all wouldn't help, so they're going to take care of it. But it looks like to me you all would help out so these folks aren't hammered out in the community. We have empathy for those folks, and we don't want to continue to put them on. But we don't have any option but to put it on them, because there's no way in clear conscience I can sit there and know Miss Smith on Punga Street is paying for Miss Smith in Terracea sewer. That's not fair. I don't care who did the math or what happened. That's not fair. And Miss Smith in both places, they're both Beaufort County residents. And you all represent both of them. So let's not take, from the poor and give to the poor. Let's try to help folks out. That's about all I got to say. I don't think. Go ahead, Gary.
Gary,
Yes, sir.
you put that Force Main Bypass in. Is that going to correct your problem? In 10 years from now, are you going to have the same problem you got right now?
We're going to have problems with the pump, with the grinder pumps. We may have some problems with the system. The town of Belhaven is absorbing that stuff right now. The $15,000 relining. I mean, we're thinking about trying to do that. But I don't know if we're going to do that. If you all won't help us, we're probably not going to reline your pump station.
What I'm saying is you're going to have sewer in the streets in 10 years from now if you do
This
this.
helps a lot.
This
It
will
takes a
take
lot
care of
of
your
flow
problem.
out. It helps a lot. Plus, we had a big I&I project done.
The combination of those two should alleviate the sewer overflows in the town. Moving
It may
that
still
flow
happen,
around,
but we want to-
What's your for Miss Smith in Pantego, if you are forced to put it all on her back, what's the average sewer bill going to be out in the county? Do you
I don't know
have any
exactly.
idea?
I know it's.
What are they now?
Whatever you all do, whatever's less, we're gonna divide by how many customers we have out there at that moment, and then we're gonna, prorate.
But I'm saying, what's Miss Smith paying? You said it would double at least, didn't you? Is that what you said a minute ago? Or did I mishear
We
you?
can double it on them.
Yeah.
We have, that's our ordinances say double it. You all don't have anything that says we can't double it now, because you don't have a contract.
So what's your
Well, that's fine, that solves our problem.
You
cost?
don't have a contract.
What's
You
your
gotta send the
cost?
sewer somewhere, and we're gonna decide what to charge you.
No, you,
Typical household in Pantego, what are they paying for sewer?
What's the sewer minimum, is it 45?
It's in the 40s, yeah.
Let's say
That's the
55,
minimum.
let's say 55 with a grinder pump fee. It's
So if-
probably gonna go to, 75 or 80, as much as that,
How much is in the city?
or like 45. Now, that's not exact, it's like right around
okay, anything further from anybody else? All right, we thank you.
there. All right, thank you for letting me come out. I just know y'all are gonna do the right thing, I just can feel it. I forgot to go to the budget workshop now.
Enjoy.
I'll meet you down there and ask you for some money.
Well, if you're bringing value, there'll be some money. And if you're not bringing value, you're just asking for money. See y'all later.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Gary.
We know I need a break after that.
Yeah, but look, they have not shown any system like it should be. They haven't collected, they've let people go without paying their bill. No, I ain't willing to be.
You're next until you get the podium set back.
Stan's
Do what?
goes to the bathroom.
Oh. You need a hand?
You know what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah. I never would have figured that, but that's okay.
One of them fancy things.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah, she Pantego graduated, passed nursing board.
She got a job. What's that?
July 15th, she passes her board. They had so many nurses over there that had gone in waves.
All right, Mr. Taylor?
Place is just as busy.
Oh, it must be you, Chad.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think to start off with animal control, you all brought it up probably the first or second meeting, the issue where the county is, the city of Washington has notified us that they are, effective July 1, will be no longer contracting with us to provide animal control services within the city of Washington. And we talked about that was going to be referred, that issue is going to be referred to the Animal Control Committee, which I believe is meeting this Thursday evening, or this Thursday. So that'll be after this budgetary, so y'all feel free to discuss that if you'd like, but I think that the Animal Control Committee is going to get somewhat of a positive report from that process. There's a few kinks being worked out with the city, but the county is gradually weaning itself off of that service provision now. And the City of Washington employee who's handling that for the city has been assisting the county staff in cleaning the shelter 3 days a week, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. Todd. One other thing, and I'll let Todd talk after this, but the neighboring counties around us have all participated in a spay and neuter program that's called SNP. Todd can help me out with what that acronym means.
Spay Neuter Incentive Program.
Okay. And it's a state-funded program that allows people who have a income threshold or eligibility to have their dogs spayed or neutered for a reimbursement fee, and that goes through the local vets. Any vet can participate in that program, but it also has to go through the county animal shelter. And although there's no cost to the county for that program, if you all agree to participate in it, then there will be a budget amendment that comes to you all that accounts for the in and out. It's 100% paid. We pay the vets, then we draw down the money, and it's a reimbursement type process. All the neighboring counties participate in that program right now. I think there's some vets in the area that are interested in participating, as well as Humane Society, and I think Todd's an advocate for it as well. I think he's prepared to bring that information to the committee, and which can you all could formally adopt a resolution or some sort of agreement to participate in that. But that is one of the initiatives I think that Todd is bringing to you all for next year to implement.
Okay.
Yeah, and the spay and neuter program, it is, like he mentioned, is state funded through the eye care license plates. Low income, they can apply for dog or cat spay neuter through our shelter. If they're, say, food stamps, Medicaid, that kind of thing, if we can prove that we can send them to the vet's office, get the procedure done. And the state will then in return reimburse us, or we can reimburse the vets at that point.
The animal control budget is on page 130 of your budget book.
What you're saying is that that program is only good for those who are somewhat indigent?
Correct. And verification of that, excuse me, would be through DSS. They fill out an application and provide us with some sort of physical proof, then we would call DSS to double verify that. If they approve it at that point, and then we'll go ahead and get them that certification.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
does the county have to spend the money up front, or do the state send you a certain amount of money?
It's the reimbursement is quarterly. I don't have the exact dates with me, but it's four times a year. And the vets, all three local veterinarians are on board with this. We all had a meeting, and they all agreed to participate in this. And they're willing to do the procedure, put out the cost for it. We'd hold an invoice, so the county's not out any money. Once the reimbursement comes in, we would in turn give the veterinarian their costs at that point. The program can only be run by county or local government. Local veterinarian can't do that themselves. So basically, it has to go through us.
And Todd, we would still, just for folks that are viewing, even with that program, we would still do our spay-neuter clinics that we partner with, I think, the Humane Society and the local veterinarians. And
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the main driver for Todd's animal control budget this year is a decrease, but it's a result of that one-time grant that we received that actually John Pack helped us draw down money for a generator out at the animal control, and that was a one-time cost in the current fiscal year. That's why you're showing a decrease in expenditures this year. I know Todd's done a really good job. I'll commend him for trying to break out his expenditures in a little bit more detail. He's asked us to create a new line item that identifies his spending for shelter kennel supplies, so kennel supplies that are geared towards dogs and cats that he's maintaining within the shelter. So we were able to accommodate him, and that's a variance in this budget is pretty much offsetting. Before, his office supply line item was rolled into just about everything at the shelter. He's asked to, he wants to track those supplies differently and maybe give him a little bit more detail in what he's spending. So we've accommodated him with that, and you'll see some variations in there.
So that's just a breakout of a single item into two.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
A question on buildings maintenance repair. I notice it gets budgeted at 29,500, but the estimates always run real low on there, and I'm wondering what they're going to do extra this year to spend that money.
We have not done a very good job. There's been some turnover, and even within our maintenance they have a annual maintenance that's required on that incinerator, as well as the
The chamber.
the chamber. And I think we're behind on both of those right now, and I know we're working on getting those done, but those can be costly. Todd, you may want to talk a little bit about what that entails.
Yeah, the incinerator, of course, that's a high heat burning device where we dispose of our animals. It has a large stack on it that, due to the heat and the weather, it rusts out. We get that painted. We try to do that regular basis.
Is that under buildings maintenance and equipment, or is that under maintenance repair equipment? Which line?
That's going to go under the building maintenance and repair. Is that the one you were questioning?
How much does that cost?
The gentleman that does it is out of Alabama, and he has to make a trip here to do that maintenance. I don't have an exact cost on that.
So last year it must have been before 2010.
Mm-hmm.
I know it isn't $20,000, I know that, but I can look up that information and get with you.
The other thing, if I may speak on real quick, that we're looking at doing, hopefully I haven't been able to get a quote or anything on those lines on it at this point, but our inside dog runs at the facility, the previous chemical that we had used for, I'd say we probably used it about 3 years. We've since switched chemicals. The interior dog runs are just, I don't know if you want to call it stained. They're severely matted, I guess you could say. It's going to take some work to get either. We're still looking at options of how we're going to approach it, actually, because it is concrete blocks that are painted. So we don't know if we're going to have to remove that paint to put another coat on it, or if we're going to put something over that. But I think that's something that definitely needs to be done for the presentation aspect of the shelter for adopting out animals, and then just the general cleanliness of the indoor dog runs. Like I said, I'm not sure what that entails at this point, if it's going to include.
And even though these costs are included within his budget, the Mr. Spain typically handled the setting that up, having the inspections done, and we also expect our county engineer to accomplish those for us. So even though the costs are within his budget, we don't lean on Paul or Todd and necessarily get him to do all of that work and specialty. So we'll have Christina involved in anything we do.
The floor almost sounds like an expansion item.
I'm sorry.
I said the painting of the floor and stripping down the floor almost sounds like it would be an expansion item.
Yeah. And part of it is we don't know exactly what that's going to cost, and I don't know, that's a project that we're going to have to do some more homework on before we do it.
What is the major part of this $46,000 on utilities?
Under the utilities.
Got up $46,500.
Now this year, one thing I've done is I've added our the gas to run our incinerator. Then we, of course, we have CO for the gas chamber itself. Prior to that, they were being withdrawn out of office supplies. I don't feel that's an office supply. Of course, those two things are needed in order to run the operation, so I started pulling those out of utilities. Anything else under utilities is just going to be our electric, our phone network, the internet for the animal shelter, and then the gas for the incinerator, which we also have a generator hooked up now to that natural gas.
The majority of that, what makes it so expensive is that incinerator. Running that incinerator.
That's running approximately 12 hours per cycle. That's one to two times a week.
Well, didn't we put some sort of doors on out there to help
Correct.
conserve electricity?
Correct.
Did that not do anything?
I guess it does. A lot of times we can't utilize the doors to their fullest because the animals, of course, that we're bringing in aren't used to doggy doors. So,
Are the kennels, are they heated with electricity and cooled?
correct. Yes, sir.
Oh, man, look, we start changing those systems out, you know, we need to start looking at natural gas. You got it in the road out there, I think. That's, you know, this business about doing anything electric around here is just out of sight.
Todd, is then outside, people using that incinerator,
Yes, sir.
is it generating any revenue?
It is. We're burning approximately, I'd say anywhere from 5 to 10 times per month for outside agencies. We dispose of evidence for the Sheriff's Department, City Police, ECU, City of Greenville, Pitt County. They actually come to us to dispose of evidence, and we actually charge them 90 cents per pound of evidence.
Do that cover the cost?
I don't know if it covered the full cost, but it helps out greatly.
We really need to take a look at that, because 90 cents a pound, running 12 hours on a, what, 100,000 BTU?
Which evidence, of course, we're not running 12 hours. We're running approximately 4 to 5 hours on the evidence.
We need to
Still.
take a look at making money on this.
Even bumping the price up on what we're
Contrary to what the town of Bellhaven may think, we're really not a public service agency.
We actually are a public service agency, but what level of service can we offer?
Yeah, well, okay.
Some people think cradle to the grave is proper. Any other questions?
I have one, Todd.
Yes, sir.
I've had some people come to me from down around the Bath area, Midway area, and talk to me about wild dogs. They take their afternoon walk or morning walking, and they've been charged with these dogs have been charging them. And I'm just wondering, do you have the manpower to take care of something like that?
We do, especially aggressive animals or any dog bites. That's, of course, our first priority. A lot of times when we're running into a lot of situations like that, we're limited by law and ordinance on what kind of action we can take. We always try to correct the problem to the best of our ability. Of course.
What if there are not wild dogs, they belong to somebody?
Well, in that incident, I guess if it's wild dogs, then we're taking a separate step, trying to trap the dog or remove the threat one way or another, whatever direction we have to take with that. We try to respond to the calls in a very timely fashion. Of course, we get a lot of calls coming through that shelter. I actually have 2 field officers that cover all of Beaufort County, 2 full-time field officers, and then we have 1 receptionist that runs the animal shelter operation throughout the day also. So we're limited on staff, how quick we can respond to a lot of situations, but we prioritize them, the threat level, danger level, go from there.
Thank you very much.
And I'll remind you all as well that Todd would be coming with a much larger budget request if it wasn't for the Humane Society out there and the efforts they make in the shelter and the hours. I wouldn't even begin to quantify how many hours a week there and number of folks that go out there to donate their time and clean and take care of the animals.
Humane Society actually has a shelter fund line item also that they help us out with a lot. We're actually getting ready to repair our courtyard under those funds. We've outgrown ourselves in there.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Brandon Hayes.
Page 134, Mr. Chairman's inspection. Mr. Chairman, your inspections department did submit 1 request for an expansion item, which was a replacement vehicle, and I believe that it's included in Mr. Woodruff's request to move forward on that in this fiscal year. We can talk about that later when we review that packet, but besides that, Mr. Hayes may want to go over a few items, but I think his budget is pretty much a continuation budget.
Anything you want to,
Yes, sir.
questions for Mr. Hayes?
Yes, could you describe the condition of your present vehicle?
Well, yes, high mileage, missing paint, missing, vibrating.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hayes provided some documentation on the vehicles, and if you all want to look at that now, you can. It's actually all the vehicles that
No, it's okay.
that were requested, but
Do them at once.
Okay.
so,
I just wanted his own feedback. That's all.
right, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know that he did submit that information to us.
Has very high mileage, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, high mileage,
About 100.
vibrating,
What, 170 or 80,000 or something?
189,000, I believe.
You know what year model it is?
2,000.
And you all actually have two trucks right now that y'all are operating, and the other
Right.
one's 190,000 miles.
200,000 on the other.
200,000 on that one.
But that one's separated.
Okay, anything further? Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Okay.
So John Pack.
Page 141, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll be happy to identify the first item that the county manager forwarded to you as a recommendation, and I highly support, is the repeater that we use for sending fire and EMS and rescue units out to support the people of Beaufort County. Was purchased in 1998 with a 10-year life expectancy. We've gotten 15 from it. It is no longer made. Parts are limited at best. It produces 356 watts of power, which gives us a very good coverage over Beaufort County. The backup that we currently use is 156 watts to 163 watts of power, depending upon how we can dial it in with the antennas. We're going to be further testing that again June 8th. The bottom line is we would anticipate at this point not being able to get parts. If it goes down and we have to go back to the other wattage, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to be able to get the word to all those firefighters, EMTs, and rescue people to go to a scene. That's the bottom line with what will happen if we don't replace this. The original cost estimate was $30,000 4 years ago. Since then, a couple other vendors have stepped up, and it is no longer an exclusive Cadillac version that we need to look at. There are Chevrolet Impala models that may very well be able to do the job, if I can use a car analogy. And also, the Cadillac version has started coming down in price since there's competition. Competition's a good thing.
So what's the number you're looking
I'm
at?
shooting for $24,000, sir, because I think that's a reasonable price. That was the original cost back in 1998, as amazing as it is, but we've had a lot of technological advances and miniaturization that is going to help us with that cost today. And it is compatible with all our current VHF radio systems that we're currently using.
Side question for you. You got any Viper radios?
Yes, sir. We have 16 Viper radios that have been purchased, handheld radios, over the past year, or not past year, but the past 6 years, through Department of Homeland Security funding. Each county our size got the same number of radios each year. Of those 16 that we currently have, I have 8 of those that are kept in the office for emergency situations. The others, to be very truthful, are currently in the hands of city police departments so that they can contact directly with the sheriff's office, who went to the 800 radio system earlier this past year. And they are with the understanding that if we have a major disaster and we need to pull back some of those radios, we will cut their number of radios they will have. I was just uncomfortable at the time in having law enforcement out there doing their jobs and not having that instantaneous communications back with the incoming deputies that support the city forces. So yes, sir, we still have 8 in the office that we have available on a day-to-day basis.
Mr. Pack, when we went to the convention, they was talking about some new radio systems coming out this year. Was it this year, Hood, or next year? The meeting you and I went to in Pittsburgh about the communication.
I don't remember. What I remember about the whole thing was all very confusing.
But anyway, these Viper, I remember when Jerry asked the question about Viper radios, are they up to date? I mean, is there any
Yes, sir. We just, and I haven't got the bill for it, but we just got them all reprogrammed to handle what's called a P25 conversion that'll be coming in the next 6 months. So they've all been brought up to speed now and up to date for that, so that we can do what they call push a button and it says flash, and all the radios are then automatically set up to take that next level step. So all that work has been done on those 16. They're very expensive. They were over $3,000 each when they were purchased. The good news is the price is starting to come down on some of those as we get closer to that P25 and we get away from just one brand of radio being the answer. Again, competition helps us in the long run.
In this budget, Mr. Pack submitted a request to purchase 8 additional we refer them to 800 radio. I think Viper is the state highway patrol system, but they are the 800 radios. And Mr. Pack has submitted a request for 8 new radios in this budget. We did not include that in the manager's recommended budget. But if I think Mr. Pack would plead with you all, if you all appropriated the $24,000 for his radio and for some reason he got it under that, he would ask that probably that he would be allowed to spend some of that additional money on replacing
We
some
need
more of
to
those radios.
continue to expand our 800 numbers so that we can have at least one in every fire department and ambulance that goes up and down Beaufort County. I continue to watch for grants for that very thing, but they're just few and far between right now when it comes to Department of Homeland Security grants. That funding stream has really been cut short.
Now, the radios you're talking about purchasing, you don't have to, I think, what I heard when I was at this other convention, you don't have to, do they come ready to go and not you have to sell the kit separate, some kind of kit to sell?
Well, sir, one of the things is you can buy the handheld radio, but it doesn't include a battery. It doesn't include a charger. It doesn't include certain kinds of antennas that you need to make them functional. They like to sell that base radio for $2,000, and then they start adding on and chunking on, and you can go cheap, but you'll be replacing that battery. Every single year you'll have to replace that battery instead of buying the better battery that may cost $200 more. We're trying to stay abreast of all that. We're trying to make a purchase that'll last for 3 years when we buy a radio, because that's the way technology is changing so quickly, unless you really watch what you're purchasing.
Mr. Chairman. Say we buy the Impala radio, battery and antennas and everything. What is the total cost on that per radio?
If we're talking the 800 version radio, by going to an E.F. Johnson, or if we wait another 8 to 9 months, instead of spending $3,000, we'll be able to get them for $2,200, sir. That's the direction the price is going. That's why I've held off trying to buy them as long as I could, so we could maximize what we have. Yes, we've upgraded what we currently, the Highway Patrol sent us, into getting the better batteries, fixing the antennas, keeping them tuned up and ready to go.
Waiting is good.
Now, if there's no other questions on radios, the second item is an item that the creation or reestablishment of a full-time position within emergency management. No longer can one person do everything there is in emergency services and emergency management.
They're going to cover that later.
Oh,
They're gonna
okay.
cover that
I'm
later.
sorry. That was number 2 on the list, so I was just going to get right into it.
But just for your information, while John brought it up, the net cost of that position is somewhere around $11,500 because he's reallocating. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking an 80% part-time position and making it 100% full-time, and so the addition is the hours as well as some benefits. So just for your future information.
And I can use the help in the county. The county has benefited from the help that you all have been providing me in the way of the temporary help, to the point of several $100,000 worth of additional funding from Hurricane Irene. And a trained individual can bring into the county. So it's more than just disaster work. It's also the preparedness and this type of thing. As Mr. Voss asked me earlier today, we've sent out 210,000 pieces of information trying to get everybody ready for hurricane season through both all kinds of different avenues. Couldn't have done that if I didn't have the help in the office. Pending your questions, sir.
Questions from any commissioner? I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Pack. Ms. John.
You all have a good evening.
All right. Somebody from the Sheriff's Department?
They're on the way. I think we can skip over to the next.
Cooperative Extension?
Page 162, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the budget for, on page 164, the budget for Cooperative Extension looks a little bit different than the other departments. And this is primarily for the new commissioners, and the reason for that is because we operate under a contract with North Carolina State University. We don't actually employ their employees. We simply contribute on a monthly basis under a contractual relationship. They draft. It varies. Some positions are 50%, some are 40%, some are 60%. But so those positions, we have a cost-sharing arrangement, and we pay a portion of their salaries. We don't employ any one employee out there 100%. We're in a partnership with North Carolina State University for all the initiatives that they partake out there. I believe there's 2 expansion items that they've asked for, and they include some multimedia screens for some of their webinars and presentations. A lot of we see this in every county department lately with state cuts and county cuts happening, is travel being offered, trainings being offered on as webinars more and more often rather than having to travel in places. And when you can host those webinars yourself, so multiple counties can come to you, or you can put on presentations, oftentimes that's beneficial to us because we don't have to travel. And as you all have been out and seen, Farm Services Building is a nice building, a nice facility for meetings, and being able to enhance that with some multimedia abilities and capabilities will help them be able to attract more regionally, and hopefully not have them travel as much for those different webinars and trainings. But besides that, you're looking at mostly a continuation budget, a little bit of a decrease in the contract, and that's just as employees come and go. You have some decreased costs there, and that's primarily what's driving their budget.
Questions from commissioners? We thank you.
Thank you.
I see the Sheriff's Department. Come on in.
Mr. Chairman, could we, Ann is here from Soil and Water.
Oh, well, come on, Miss.
Mind taking her real quick? And that's page 168. The Soil and Water District Supervisor submitted a request for a new vehicle, which is also in this packet. The vehicle is not a replacement vehicle, although it is. They would argue it is. They would argue it's a replacement vehicle because we stole their vehicle about 2 years ago and gave it to the inspections department, which is one of the 190,000 mile vehicles they're using now. So they're not, the replacement vehicle is what they're asking for, but we would be recommending that they get one of the vehicles in that request for this year.
That was in the one that the manager proposed, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So an increase, the primary driver of this budget is an increase not only to allow them to jump onto the county website and create a website of their own that will link to our website through our website, but also an increase in a cost that would be for fuel for that vehicle.
Okay. Questions from commissioners?
Yeah, tell me about the website again.
They currently do not have a website. The county contract We entered into a contract for our website, which is almost done. You all saw a little bit of a demo in that. When that gets up and running, we're proposing that the Soil and Water District be also included in that with some resources that they have.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be just as simple as just doing some stuff in-house? We were told that this was going to be a content management-driven website.
Well, theirs is a little bit different, and I can get you details on that because of the educational. They offer some educational programs, and they want to do a little bit of an expansion within theirs. It wouldn't just be adding a separate page. It would be.
You could add separate pages. You could set up a whole section, for them. And PDFs, everything. I don't see where it could cost any money. That's my wheelhouse.
Well, I can get
just some effort.
Yeah, I'll get you.
They're going to put the effort in anyway.
We can look over the details of that, and I think Mr. Woodruff, we've met with them recently because they're proposing some additional things as well, and we'll be looking into those. And
let me look at it and see if make sure we're not sold a pig in a poke with these boys out of Greenville. Yeah.
Yes, there's a big jump in the total request recommended cost for travel reimbursement, 11,282 from this year, estimate of 4,453, and it's never been above 5,996. I wonder what's driving that.
I believe most of that is for estimates for fuel. Is that right?
Fuel for the truck would be the majority of that.
That hasn't been included before?
We took their truck back in 2010, I think. Was that right, Ann?
2009.
Was it 9? Okay.
Anything further? Thank you. All righty then. Sheriff's Department.
Starts on page 148, Mr. Chairman.
What page is it?
148. Mr. Chairman, before you all hear from the Chief Deputy, I'm gonna point out a few areas that the manager's recommended budget differs from the sheriff's request. That may be on his list to-do items, but we'll go ahead and confess those to you up front, and then you all can talk back and forth. The first is overtime. The sheriff's office submitted a request for $300,000. The manager's recommended budget was $130,000. I'm pointing these out because these are large differences than what was requested, and the chief may want to go into more detail about that. Law enforcement supplies, there's a difference there as well. Travel reimbursement, there's a little bit of difference in there, maybe $12,000. Over on page 151, law enforcement information, there was a request that was a difference of $55,000. The manager's recommended budget recognizes an amount that you all have historically funded for that, and law enforcement information, you all will recall, is what we call over here is buy money, and for their narcotics department, and equipment purchase is all listed under the expansion column, and the manager's recommended budget did not include the total amount requested, and of course vehicles as well, but we've talked about those.
Overtime specifically, last year I think the number was cut dramatically because we were given back a position. We were not able to fill that position until about 3/4 of the year was gone. We went in the red 2-3 months ago in that line item, and would request that we would be considered to have more money put in that line, so we would not go in the red next year. Obviously, we can't control the calls that we get. We can't control things like storms. So the overtime, when we're needed, we're needed.
And let me, not to interrupt you, Chief, but when you say you're in the red, we're not talking about budgetary overspending, because if you look at salaries, what their justification or argument would be is that, you know, they're having a fallout of almost $180,000 in salary, in their salary line item, and when they have vacancies, it's requiring their current deputies to work overtime is kind of the result of that.
And,
So-
and we also have, our communicators work 176 hours overtime every month because they're civilian employees, and the way their hours work, they're required to get overtime anything above 40, unlike the emergency responders. So that's another, you know, factor that needs to be considered in overtime.
And look,
Is that because they work a 12
if
hours?
I heard you correctly, you said 176 hours of overtime.
Isn't that correct? Yes, monthly.
Or are you saying that each telecommunicator works 176 hours?
That's aggregate.
Or is that a total number of?
Total number.
That's an aggregate.
How many employees?
13.
So basically, it's 16 hours per telecommunicator?
Yes, yes, sir. You know, at the end of the year, that adds up.
Right.
Is that because you're on a 12-hour shift?
Yes, sir. The way they have to work the same schedule the deputies do. So anything over 40, they have to be paid overtime because they're civilian employees, not considered emergency responders.
So they generally go 4 12-hour days a week.
How many shifts do you have?
4.
So one week they work 44, another week they work 36,
We work, 48 and 36.
48 and 32,
36.
48 and 36.
48, 36.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do you have any vacancies in that department, chief?
Right now, we're full. We were given 2 positions when we originally took over 911 for the city. Realistically, 4 would have been better because we could have put 1 on each shift. We have 4 shifts.
Would you cut the overtime down if you had those other 2 people?
No, sir. The hour, actually, it would go up because of the hours are going to remain the same. You would just have more employees working the same amount of hours. No, sir. There's no way you could do that.
Okay, continue.
I'm ready for any questions you have on our additions that were here.
Questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, the question I would have is, with your salary number being so different in relation to your amended budget number, how many openings have you had within the sheriff's department?
It varies. We have 2 openings now. We had, as early as about 4 to 6 months ago, we had about approximately 4 openings. It's when we have movements within the office, that creates salary changes, potential salary changes depending on where they move. Right now we're down. We have 2 positions open.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time you lost employees?
We had an detention lieutenant resign just last week, and we had a captain resign approximately 3 weeks ago.
Detention?
No, on patrol.
On patrol.
Captain.
Okay. Is that, you're covering all 3?
No, sir.
Main office, communications, as well as the detention
I'm
center?
here to assist, but they're here.
Mr. Chairman, page 152 is the jail, if you all would like to focus on that next.
Come on up, Cap.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. Chairman, Captain Ross is probably going to scold me, so I'll go ahead and point out where we've reduced their budget request as well, so get out ahead of her a little bit. maintenance and repair jail. The detention staff does a very good job of identifying the items within the jail that they feel need to be replaced, and there's some rather costly supplies. We budgeted an amount that, in talking with the county engineer and looking at historical spending, that was probably what we thought was sufficient for next year for that spending. Of course, as Captain Ross will quickly remind us, that if the issue happens, she's going to come over and ask for something replaced if it has to be replaced. And again, we certainly would come back to you. So maintenance and repair jail is an area that we're off, and inmate safekeeping as well is an area that they do. Although her budget request of $250,000 is a large amount, I can take you back less than 5 years ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago, when our spending was actually that high. And that's as a result of us sending inmates out to other facilities. And I think Captain Ross should be commended. As you can see, the historical actual is a lot less than that. In fact, we're showing an estimate this year of only $24,000 for sending inmates off to other facilities. And $24,000 is not a lot of money based on what we have spent in past years. The manager's recommendation is $150,000 for that line item. I think because of potential maintenance that's going to be done in the jail, if we paint, however that goes, there will be a need possibly to send some inmates out for a short period of time. But I think Captain Ross has done a good job and set a good culture for the county in the future for not having to send those inmates off for safekeeping unless we truly have to. The expansion item in the budget that was included was the contract for a mental health evaluation system that would allow a contract psychiatrist or psychologist to evaluate inmates that need a mental health evaluation. Currently, there's a lot of time spent with deputies of having to transport those individuals that display a mental health issue. We don't currently have any county staff that are able to make that assessment, and when those inmates exhibit some sort of mental health distress or problem, Captain Ross is left with no other choice but to have them sent to a facility or to the hospital to be evaluated, and that takes deputy time. There is a medical contract in place now that the detention and sheriff's office brought to us a few years ago that's helped somewhat maintain our medical cost, and Captain Ross feels like this mental health system would also help level some of those costs and maybe reduce some cost in deputy travel and so forth that we incur. For the last couple years, Captain Ross has come before you and requested a video visitation system, and that is not included in this recommended budget, but I'm sure that she is going to give you a plea for that as well this year too.
Postage inmate is something that we're required to pay?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure. Captain Ross, do you want to talk about what that requirement is?
The requirement for?
Posted.
Mailing, inmate mail, or?
The inmates that are indigent, you have to allow them. Yes, sir, you do. You have to provide them access to an attorney. We only give them that initial free phone call when they come in. We don't bring them out to use the phone anymore, so they're allotted a certain amount of stamps each week so they can write their attorneys, write the clerk's office, things of that nature. So that's something that we have to do, keeping in mind that at any time you have 100 and some inmates in the jail. 65 of them might not have a dime in their accounts. So we have to allot money for postage.
Other questions? Okay, continue.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure about the video visitation. I'm hoping that is going to be part of our budget. I'm not sure about that. But we have went back, and some more people have came in and gave us some more, some more estimates and emailing us more information about it, trying to get that price down, switching it over from purchasing the video visitation equipment to just leasing it. The assistant manager and the chief had talked about it, and they came up with the conclusion that that probably would be better, so that way we don't get caught in an outdated system. If we lease the equipment, they maintain service on the equipment as part of the contract, and then once, of course, with the option in there of when the new facility is built, that we opt out to the new facility, we get new equipment, transferred over to the new jail, and hoping that all of that can be transitioned right over, which in the end saves the county a lot of money, because we'll be already in with whoever the people are that we have, and they'll be willing to come back out and just switch over that with updated equipment, placing it into the new facility. So I'm hoping video visitation is still, on the table for the budget. It was put in there, along with the psychiatric care that he was talking to you about, trying to, hopefully, Southern Health Partners is now a medical care provider. And the understanding is that they do have the quote that we got from the psychiatrist to come in and set up the equipment to do the psych visits, can interface with Southern Health Partners. And so all of that will fall under one. So it's possible that that can just be worked right under our Southern Health contract that we have, of course, with additional monies added to that contract. And work it in, and maybe it won't be the whole entire amount that we have requested, but funding would be needed for that. It could only help us. Like I said, all the appointments to Dreams and Thailand and all the other places, a lot of times in Greenville, because you can't get appointments over here, that they have to be transported just for evals. Sometimes all the way to Butner, places like that, they have to go up there. The deputies have to stay for 4 or 5 hours just for a mental eval to be done and transport the inmate back. Or take them today and pick them up on Thursday, things of that nature. You're back and forth with the mental evals, sometimes 4 or 5 a month. Not to mention just your routine for them to continue to get their psych medication. So that's just something that I wanted to bring to your attention, that it's, it would be a major help and a major cutback on, other areas.
We do about 5 of these a month.
At a minimum. I mean, not just your normal routine mental visits. I'm talking the court-mandated ones and things of that nature. Like sometimes they have to go to have a complete mental workup eval done. If they can't get in Raleigh, if they can't get
court-ordered eval.
Some of them are court-ordered. Some of them are, they'll go here to Dreams, and Dream says they have to be put on a certain medication by IV, or a certain medication where they have to have a visit every single day. Sometimes they have to talk to a psychiatrist every day when they initially get put on meds. So that means you have to take them up there and leave them for like 4 days, and then go back and get them until their medicine they've taken their medicine 72 hours, and they went back and did blood work on them, and the psychiatrist has talked to them, and then a deputy has to go back and get them.
About how many normal psych visits do we do?
Just normal routine psych visits a month?
Yeah, do you haul
About
them?
17.
So you're doing one a day?
Well, we tried it. Wednesdays is our slow court day or no court day. So on Wednesdays, we might do 4 or 5. Just Wednesday. And then we'll try to fit the rest of them in as we can, because it's hard to get transport when we have all those courts going on. We got Superior Court, Civil District, Regular District, Magistrates Court. When you got all those courts going on, it's difficult to have a transport available for 10 o'clock, another one for 11:45, another one for 2:30. Sometimes that gets difficult. So you're talking at least 6 or 7 a week, at least, to Dreams or to Pitt County or something of that nature. And like I said, for the
house right below my office, aren't they? I said all of my house right below my office, aren't they?
Well, those are the ones that normally, in the end, we might have to end up sending out to Butner or either up there to Raleigh for their mental evals to actually get them on their meds, get them leveled out, and then we have to go back and get them.
I hear them.
Yeah, those are the rough ones.
Captain Ross.
Yes, sir.
When your officer takes a prisoner to Dreams for an evaluation, say it takes 4 hours, does that officer have to stay there?
Yes,
for
sir.
4 hours?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can't leave the inmates unsupervised. They have to be secured at all times. They have to stay there with them.
A deputy takes them, not someone from the jail.
Yes, sir.
Deputy.
A deputy, yeah.
So you could have, if you work this out, you could have about one person doing nothing but psych stuff
A transport officer?
every month. One person would stay busy doing that.
Yes, sir, a transport
Just
officer.
level it out. How much of that will you save if you go to this system you're talking about?
Oh, you could save major time.
How much?
85% of it.
Really? That much?
Probably because, see, with the system, he comes on the system like video visitation almost, but he brings the machine in and set it up, and you set the inmate there in front of the machine, and they do their things then. He prescribes meds right from the machine.
How much does this system cost that you want to go to?
He's charging us $1,700 a month. It's one flat rate, $1,700 a month, and then it would be maintenance, which I think the contract for that was like an additional $400
I think it's 20,400
a year.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. It's a
what it
year.
is.
$20,000 and some dollars a year. $20,740 some dollars a year, something like that.
So you should save money doing what you're talking about doing.
Oh yes.
Plus some risk.
Plus manpower. I mean manpower. You can utilize that deputy somewhere else for major hours.
So it's about equivalent to a whole person, isn't it?
Excuse me.
It's about equivalent to a whole person.
It is. It is.
What days do you have visitation?
We have visitation on Saturdays and Sundays.
And is that for family visitation?
Yes, it is.
About how many people do you have to come on Saturdays and Sundays?
It depends. On Saturdays, we do A through M. And then on Sundays, we do N through C.
How many,
So you're
how many breathing folks do come down there?
in and out of the jail?
The visit,
Anywhere from sometimes 75, 60, 75 people sometimes.
a day?
Yeah. It depends, because each inmate is allowed 3 visitors. And the visits only last 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, you got a turnover. Every 15 minutes, it's a turnover. So, yeah, sometimes you got a lot.
And the video visitation system was the initial proposal was to purchase the hardware and set it up and then go into a contractual relationship with the company. That was around $48,000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Ross is searching right now, and she's actually found some companies that will, like she said, will lease the equipment to you and then allow you as well to set up. Well, they set up sort of a commissary account, or they set up a separate account so that attorneys and family members can actually purchase more time to visit their relatives or whoever's in jail. And we're kind of evaluating the break-even point of that right now, of what's reasonable. Of course, the salesman's going to say that you're going to make money off of this, but realistically, I think you got to consider the fact that it's going to cost us some money, but it's also going to save the staff, because right now visitation you have to really put your general public in the jail facility, and or they're actually interacting with the inmates.
So what you're telling me is, if I go to visit somebody, I'm gonna have to drop some quarters in the machine or something. Is that
You'll get free. You'll get your regular free visits like you do all the time with the video visitation system. But if, let's say, John Doe's grandmother wants to visit him on a time other than the regular visitation times, they can pay, and they can actually increase the amount of visits they have with the inmates. Is that correct, Captain Ross?
If somebody's in Florida and wants to visit, they can visit. You can set up computer time, and they log in, and we set it up in the jail, and we log in, and automatically it clicks on, and that's his visit. But the people in Florida would be paying for that visit, so they'd be able to visit all over the country.
So all you have to do is just take him to the machine?
Well, the machines will be set up inside the cell blocks, just like the phones are. But we will be the ones that key in the time that the machine comes on. You get on the speaker and you say, so-and-so, you have a visit coming up at 12:15. He just needs to walk in front of the machine because it's going to come on, and he needs to pick up the handle.
You have no privacy.
Well, he has no expectation of privacy, I hope. You know, that's the system is set up that way.
That's a good answer.
We have private jail cells.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, you know, they will have when they put the booths in. When they put the booths in, they have the little things like this. Now, somebody has to come and stand directly behind him to see his person. But you know, as far as the loudness and conversation and stuff, no, I mean, yeah, that's how they're set up.
Yeah, Ross?
Yes, sir.
That video, will that be monitored?
Yes, sir. We can key into his visit anytime. While he's having his visit, we can key into it, and if somebody's stripping or anything of that nature, we can shut the visit down right then, and they automatically lose their money. There's no reimbursing. None of that goes on.
You would do that with?
Yes. Yes, I would.
And you keep a video file of these visits?
The system keeps a video file. The system keeps a video log file, and you can go back, like if the drug boys or investigations or anybody need information on a prior visit, phone conversation on a prior visit, you can go back, and it's automatically recorded. After a while, it's sent over to an archive file, and it's saved. And you can go back and see those visits and hear those visits. Yes, sir.
Chairman.
That stuff is saved.
Captain Ross, could you go through one more time, and I know you've done it before, what does this do for you and your staff?
Well, first of all, it does a lot for me and my staff, because right now, you know, we're running off of skeleton bodies in the detention center. It's set up the way that it's set up, and it's been that way for years, and society is very complacent with it. Because we work there, we know for a fact we're doing what we do as far as utilizing 3 bodies per shift, and some shifts 4 bodies. But when I say that, you got to keep in mind, on any given day, you got 100+ inmates in that jail. So you got 3 detention officers, 2 males, 1 female. Sometimes you got 13, 14, 15 women. You got 1 female officer in that detention center. And so then you're bringing in civilians for visitation. So now you're not just manning the detention center and looking for the inmates, still having to monitor the cameras, looking for fights, you know, looking for people to wait for that little escape, you know, when you're moving them from point A to point B for their visits. Now you got to watch the civilians that come in that could have things hid on their persons, you know, and they're trying to sneak stuff into the jail. You got to watch all of that. So to bring in the video visitation is going to give us a more secure environment over there. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to make us any more relaxed, but it is going to make us a little bit more capable of doing a more efficient job of just monitoring the inmates themselves. You know, because right now we got to take at least 25% of that attention away and monitor those civilians when they come into the jail. And when I say civilians, I'm talking even when the attorneys come in, and you know, with investigations and all of those people coming into the facility. We're bringing out inmates, because when they come in, the people don't go to the pods. We have to bring the inmates out, put them in the visitation booths. You know, we're moving inmates. And then we're moving civilians and bringing them in. And it's really time consuming, and it's really a security risk. You've just been fortunate thus far. You have really been blessed thus far to not have somebody come in and assist those inmates in taking over that jail. You really have. So it's a matter of time.
Other questions? Thank you, Kathy. Ladies from communications, come up and tell me your names. I don't know your names. I've seen one of you. I haven't seen the other one before, so come up here and introduce yourselves and handle your business.
Mr. Chairman, you're on page 155.
I'm Jennifer Elks, the communications supervisor.
And I'm Tanya Harris, the assistant communications supervisor.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, you all will know, but I'm for Mr. Brennan and Mr. Belcher's sake, I'm going to point out that the communications budget has a general fund budget that contains, I guess, the operation, the personnel, the staff, some supplies, but the communications also relies heavily on 911 surcharge money that everybody that's watching this will know and recognize on their cell phone bill, on their Sprint, on their CenturyLink bill as a tax that goes to the state of North Carolina. It was once set by Beaufort County itself. Beaufort County Commissioners once decided on the amount of tax that we could collect on cell phone and landlines for 911 purposes. But now the state took that over about 4 or 5 years ago and set one rate, which I think it's 71 cents. Maybe does that sound right to y'all? I can't remember what the rate is right now. But anyway, it's collected statewide. A portion of that money comes back to the county, and it's doled out every year annually by a 911 board that is appointed by the state to oversee that fund of money and the initiatives that that fund does. Tonight, you don't have your 911 budget here. You're going to have that probably in the next couple days. I'm going to be submitting that to you all to review, and that's usually a part of your budget ordinance that you adopt. That number is quite a large number every year because that handles all of the maintenance, support, replacement, capital upgrades to your actual 911 center infrastructure. So that's where the majority of your operations, but that money is very restrictive on what you can use it for. There's a general statute that spells out every single item that you can spend that on, and Jennifer does a very good job of going through and determining what she can spend that money on so that we don't have to pay for it out of the general fund. She can charge it to the 911 fund, which is a stream of revenue that right now and historically has more than covered the expenses that we have as a result of operating the 911 center for that purpose. There's some upgrades that have been done. There's some, we're still in the works. Jennifer's done a good job of putting together the proposal for the backup 911 center, which is very much needed after they've taken on all of 911 calling in the entire county. Before, there was 2 PSAPs in the county, which are public service answering points. Is that right? The state recognizes those. That's where you get your 911 funding from. We were the primary. The city of Washington was the secondary. The state effort was to consolidate, so every county has 1 PSAP. We've succeeded in that about 3 years ago, and now we accept all 911 calls for the city and every jurisdiction. I think Bellhaven encourages people to call their own police department, but everywhere else, if you call 911, you're going to get one of these ladies here and at the sheriff's office. So this budget here is the general fund budget that contains the personnel and staffing related to the operations of that 911 center.
Go right ahead.
Two items on your budget here. I noticed maintenance contracts basically disappear after 2013. You got 15,200 estimate and 3,562.
I think, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to let Jennifer ponder that. She can concur with me or argue with me. I believe that that's part of a process, too, of 911. The 911 funding became more stringent in some areas and opened up in other areas. And I believe that we've identified, Jennifer's done a good job in determining where we can charge those 911 items to and where we can't. And I'm trying to think of some examples. I believe that's what that is, if I'm not mistaken, is that we can now charge a contract. I think it's part of the CAD system, maybe.
It's actually part of the phone system.
Phone
It's moved
system.
to the E911
It
budget.
goes to the telephone line item. Okay. Oh, does the same thing for the rent of equipment?
It depends on what type of equipment it is we're renting.
Because that comes down to 2,600, but it goes up to 6,640. Which isn't a big number, but it's about 2.5 times as much.
The largest portion of that is for our DCI user fees so that we're able to run those driver's license, enter missing and wanted people ex partes. that's the largest portion of our rental equipment budget.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from other commissioners?
And Mr. Chairman, you all recall you approved the backup center, E911 backup center, we moved forward with that project last year. It was just at the end of last year. There was a little bit of turnover. Jennifer took the helm last summer, I believe, and came in and realized that there was some things that we could do a little bit better on that plan. And so they put that plan together, and our goal is to kind of get us up and running and work to get us up and running before we hit the hurricane season full force, because they have a great need to have a backup call center during Hurricane Irene. And I think they would admit that it was a disaster during Hurricane Irene when we had to move some call taking over there to the Emergency Operations Center, John Pack's office. And they handled it well, but there was a huge need for that backup center to exist over in that area.
Just out of curiosity, how many calls do y'all get a month?
That's a hard one to answer.
A rough estimate would probably be 2,000 to 3,000 calls.
That's all. I just out of curiosity.
And another thing, Mr. Chairman, your budget reflects revenue of $40,000. Just to remind you, when we took over the call taking for the City of Washington, we added some staff over there, and we were under contract with the City of Washington. They pay us $40,000 a year to offset the cost of that increase in staff time.
Do you feel like that fully covers the cost?
I think when we went into this, and you all may correct me, I think there was an increased call volume without taking on the City of Washington at that time, and I believe the Sheriff's Office provided numbers that indicated that they could increase, I think the Chief just said 4 personnel based on their call volume. We added the City of Washington as well as our additional call volume, and we gave them 2 new positions, and we accepted $40,000 from the city. So we actually took on a little bit of that ourselves, on a net cost basis. So, to raise the question, does $40,000 cover what we're doing for the City of Washington? They may dispute it a little bit, but we also took on some additional costs ourselves, recognizing that our own call volume went up as well. So,
thank you.
Any other questions?
That's a very good segue into what I wanted to mention that was taken out. And it was actually something that was put in the Sheriff's Office budget, which really would benefit communicators as much as the Sheriff's Office side, which we're all under the same roof, was the position that we asked for. That would title would be the Permit and Registry Coordinator. That was taken out. That person would take, you could do a guesstimate of a percentage of work off of the communicators, where they're currently now not only doing all the 911 calls, but anytime a sex offender comes in, they have to do that registry. They're running all the DCI background checks on pistol permits as well as concealed carry. So they have to do all the registry for domestic violence. This position that we're asking for would do all of that, as well as take people over for fingerprinting, which we do 3 days a week. And currently we're utilizing investigators every morning, which is taking them from their job to actually take people over and fingerprinting 3 days a week. So this position would actually free up those investigators as well as free up them from a lot of the duties that they have. Like I said earlier, 4 positions would have been great for the workload because we have 4 shifts, but we got 2. If we added this, that would certainly take some of the burden off of them that we've taken on by the extra duties of having this 911 center.
About how many driver's license checks do y'all do in a day?
driver's license check in reference to a gun permit? Is that what you're asking? Or?
No, gun permits are something different. Somebody calls you and says they need a driver's license check. About how many of those you do in a day?
Probably in the hundreds.
Several hundred a day?
I can tell you that an officer will call in a 1027.
They call them in, I
all
think they
day
call it
long.
every time before they make a stop, they call it in though.
That's
They'll call it
1028.
Tag and then the registered owner a lot of times.
Then you got some.
A lot of them, they're not making stops because they're not making 200 stops a day over there in that department.
But they're doing it for the city too now.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing is that they run 1028s a lot of times, verify addresses.
How many-
It matches up with the residents.
Yeah, okay. How many gun permits?
We've had an increase, a serious increase in gun permits. I usually get easily 5 a day permits. Monthly, I will get anywhere from 30 to 40 concealed carries. That all depends on how quick we get them back from the state. They have to run backgrounds on each and every one of those before they ever come to me.
So you have 2 people on duty when you're there? It's manned by 2 people?
Most days, yes.
See, if you take your 3,000 calls that you get a month and you work it out, I could have made a arithmetic error here, so I stand to be corrected. But you're doing about 1 call every 15 minutes with 2 people over there.
Easily.
Okay.
And then there's the 115 sex offenders that we have registered in Beaufort County that come in periodically. Some of them are coming in every 90 days to verify their address. We have to take photos when they come in. Some of them are coming in every 6 months. It just depends on what their registration type is.
Anything further from any other commissioner? Thank you.
Can I mention one other thing that was
Okay.
not included? We made a request for some video equipment and recording equipment for our investigators. It's been mandated that anytime we interview under certain charges, now that we have to record video and audio. That's the reason why that was put into the budget. So I'd like to ask that you would consider that as well.
What are you doing now?
Now they're using recording, video, voice recordings only.
When did it become law?
I think it's been in effect for approximately 6, 8, 9 months, maybe a year.
What are those offenses?
Homicide is the big one, but we're required to do that.
Okay.
Anything further?
What was the cost of that?
Chief, I think that was $6,300. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one item left. Let's take about a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 7 and. Mrs. Smith to come to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to direct your attention to the Water District Fiscal Year 2014 Budget Informational Summary. This is the Water Department budget packet. I'm going to go through this kind of high level, broad. This is typically how we've done this historically with the water system's budget. I'm going to let Christina then talk about some of the expansion and what's driving her budget next year in more detail. And those items are on page 2. She's done quite a bit of research, and with, I guess, now the 4 or 5 months she's been with us, she's got a good handle on our system now. So feel pretty confident that she can get us through that discussion pretty good. Her and her staff have done a lot of work to identify items that are going to be needed to be done next year and then also in the next couple years. I'm going to start on the first page. This is the informational summary. You'll recognize this as just kind of a brief overview of a snapshot of every district. Again, I'm going to remind you all that the water system is an enterprise fund. It is not contained within the general fund. So your sales tax revenue, your property tax rate, and revenue generated from that do nothing to support the water system fund at all. The water system is a standalone fund, has its own set of books, its own bank account. All seven districts were created to operate independently and stand alone on their own 2 feet. As you all recall, we've had some trouble with some of the districts, a number of the districts, standing on their own 2 feet for a number of years and having to be subsidized initially by the general fund. The first couple years, the first districts were in operation. The districts still owe the general fund a little bit of money. They paid back a good portion of what they owed. And I think probably starting next year, we're going to be in a position we can start talking about how they'll repay the general fund that money back. First of all, I want to start off on a high note. The high note, as you all recall, back in August of this year,
It's a lot more.
we did a major refinancing of all of the water district debt, all of it except for we have some clean water management loans. I think 2 of them out there that did not get refinanced. They didn't meet the criteria, the cost savings. In the refinancing of this debt, because of how cash poor these districts have been over the years and how they've struggled to maintain self-sufficiency, we've tapped out a lot of the district's cash reserves, cash balances. The LGC did they granted us rare permission to front load some of the savings of the debt refinancing so that we would incrementally increase our cash reserves while leveling off our debt service over the next 4 or 5 years. We are still going to see $150,000 to $200,000 in debt service savings each year when the debt service levels off in 4 or 5 years. But the first 3, 4 years, we're going to see huge increases in our cash reserves, our available cash. And you can see that at the bottom chart at the bottom of the page. I've done an estimate for what I think we're going to finish out this year for our cash. And I've done somewhat of a risky prediction, but I wanted you to see just what the refinancing did. And I forecasted out what I think cash is going to be at the end of next fiscal year. So that would be June 30th of 2014. You can see through this chart, looking at all the districts, we hit a cash low in fiscal year 2005 of just under $700,000. That was $700,000 in the bank for all 7 districts. Through some rate adjustments and some fairly aggressive actions by you all over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been able to right the ship pretty much in most districts, but we still struggle from a cash standpoint of last year, end of the year, of $1.6 million in cash in the bank. And you're talking about a water system of an annual budget of just under $6 million. So 1.6. A lot of people, when they look at the budget for our water system, may say that you don't need a available cash in an amount that we're striving to achieve. But when you compare our water system with other areas and you look at the geography and the area and the amount of area that we cover, the infrastructure that we have, and although it's relatively new, there's some things that are going to need to be done in the next 5 years. We need to bolster those cash reserves in an amount that can handle these future capital projects. You'll see what refinancing will do. At fiscal year 2012, we ended at $1.6 million. Fiscal year 2014, I'm showing we're going to have just over $4 million in the bank. That's the good news. That will continue 2 more years after fiscal year 14. Then we're going to start seeing debt service level off, and we're going to be going back to relatively normal debt service, you're still going to be about 150 to 125,000 under what it was prior to refinancing. The bad news is that we are increasing our cash, but we're struggling still in some districts on an operating standpoint to break even. And you can see, even with refinancing, District 5, my estimate is there's still going to be 34,000 in the hole after next year, at the end of fiscal year 2014. District 5 was one. You'll see at the peak, at the worst time of that district's history, they were almost 300,000 in the hole. And District 5, you all recall, is an area that has long water lines and very low density. I think our average number of customers in that district is 864 customers in that entire district. So we are struggling. We're always going to struggle in that district. They also have the highest water rates of any of the water districts, and that's a result of, over the last 4 years, trying to be aggressive in helping that district break even. There was a point, and you all recall this, probably 3 or 4 years ago, where the manager's recommended budget was actually to implement a special tax in that district to pull us out. You all chose not to go that route. We raised rates instead. You can see that raising rates actually did help the district, and the refinancing is going to help as well. But what I want to prevent is a situation where we all were lulled into a false sense of security when this system was built, and we were increasing cash rather quickly while the project fund paid the debt service for 2 years while we were in operation. And if you all flip through and look at the historical cash balances, I put a chart in there for each district, and you all see the same story exists in every district, where you'll see an upswing in cash and then a quick decline in cash as well. And that's a result of when these districts were first started, the way the granting agencies and the loan agencies set up was that the loan money was used to pay the debt service for the first 2 years while the district got up and running. And what that did is it created a huge influx of cash. But it also created sort of a deception that the districts were functioning fine until debt service kicked in 100%. And you can see what happened in each of the districts after that. Cash was quickly depleted. In most districts, I'll say on average, across the board, the debt service, the percentage of the district's operating budget was at least 50% on average of the total operating budget. So you can understand how devastating that was when that debt service kicked in. So going back to the high notes of the budget for next year, you'll see that debt service in all 7 districts prior to refinancing was $2.7 million annually. After refinancing, it's $1.5 million. It will go back up, and it will go back up to the tune of probably $2.4 to $2.5 million. So we need to be prepared for that debt service when it comes. So where we can all pat ourselves on the back for increasing cash, what you need to task us, staff, with doing is making sure that when that debt service levels, that we have an operating budget that we can live with, that we're not going to fall off the cliff again. And that's what we're proposing to do for you all. And so what we need to do is we need to look at that. And what I'm getting to is I think that even though we are increasing cash leaps and bounds over the next 3 or 4 years, it's probably likely that your staff will come with a recommended rate adjustment next year as a result of trying to project what we're going to be at in 4 or 5 years and make sure we're setting the ship straight. What we need to do is we need to accumulate this cash, and we need to keep the cash. And that was what we vowed to do when we refinanced the bonds all along. You can see the current water rate for each district, and that's represented as a minimum for each of the districts. The This budget does not recommend a rate increase in any of the districts. I will tell you that District 4, 5, and 7 are areas that we're paying very close attention to. One is we're a little worried about one, but I think one is responding very well to the refinancing, and they're going to benefit greatly from that refinancing even after we get that past that 4 or 5 year window. I'm going to take you to the next page. Before I turn the page, we ended up with $1.6 million at the end of last year in the bank, and at the end of this year, I'm predicting we're going to be at about 3.19 million. So that's the I guess the good note, the promising note of this budget document. Again, with the warning that we have to be careful because we refinance to increase our cash. We need to project for you what we're going to do year 4, 5, and 6. As you look through each of these districts page, you're going to see what we think cash is going to do, where we're going to be at in each district, and operationally what's driving that. Page 2.
Jim, have you got any suggestions about what would be our best use of that cash rather than hoarding it, getting almost no interest?
Future capital needs and expansions. I mean, as the system gets older, you're going to have a lot of maintenance, repairs, and updates.
We're still kind of hoarding it, though.
Well, right now, believe it or not, in the public funds market, we're getting more in a money market fund than we are in let's say, put it in a CD. Yeah. The bank rates right now for which is money markets are liquid funds, so we're getting more in those funds, those investment avenues than we are in a checking account or, let's say, locking it up in some sort of long-term, even 24, 36-month term.
What are you getting in the money market?
I hate to even admit it, but we're at the highest rate we're getting right now, and one of the money markets is 0.38, I think, basis points.
Yeah. That's my case.
And that's and
I can make more than that underneath my mattress.
Yeah. Well, believe it or not, that's more than a lot of folks are making in and I have to clarify that with it's very difficult sometimes for government public institutions to be able to finance or invest in funds because under general statutes all of our funds have to be collateralized. So the bank has to put up as much collateral as we're willing to invest. And the reason for that is so we're not out investing in some risky junk bonds or some other investment avenue. The local government commission, you've heard me talk about them as being the financing Gestapo of the state, but they're very good for North Carolina because they govern us in how we invest our funding. And so whereas oftentimes we may get a lower interest rate than the private sector may get. In some cases, we get a higher rate as well. But, it wasn't, was it 2008, I think 2009, we were getting 5.6% interest on our investments.
Have you ever thought, maybe this board have we ever considered, quite possibly since we may come into some cash, we use some of that money to pay back the county for some of the initiatives we've done to help one water district over another?
We are currently sitting on the water districts themselves owe the county approximately I think it's just over $300,000. And that's a lot less. We have paid ourselves back for some of the money that we owe. Part of the proposal is that for this budget year that we not start that repayment this year, but that we probably start next year and repaying the water district, the general fund back from the water districts.
And then we could take the rest of that money if we do keep doing better and better, we start lowering rates and still keep some for capital needs.
We need to be very careful, though, because of that pitfall that we may experience in year 5. What we need to do is you need to task us with evaluating what our costs are going to be on an operating standpoint with debt service and what revenue we can predict 5 years out and determine what that break even is, because the worst thing we want to do is start lowering rates. Although, if we're accumulating cash, and we're still accumulating cash every year, and we don't have a capital improvement plan to spend that money, I agree with you. We need to give it back to the customers that were using it.
And the idea would be, all of a sudden, that whole paradigm, that dynamic changes where county water is more expensive than what we want to pay, but we really need it, to county water is not as expensive as it used to be, and we really need it, and we want it more than ever, and we get more people online. And we get that economy of scale benefit coming in.
I just want to caution users out there that I want to be careful about any future promises or recommendations of lowering rates, because
I think we all agree with that.
I think
$3 or $4 million on hand in reserve is not much if you have a major problem come up with the water system. You have to do some major repair, build a new tower or whatever it could be. You know, some impact from a hurricane could blow down one of our towers or something. You know, you could use all of that in 6 months' time, probably.
Yeah, tornado make a tower disappear.
Yeah.
Have we had our conversation with Van Lewis? Have we settled up with him?
Yes, we have. That will be taken care of before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you'll be seeing an amendment, and we planned on doing that in this current fiscal year, so it's not included in this budget. Mr. Chairman, page 2 of this document, or the second page, I guess I started to number them on the Asheville districts, is a narrative that Christina Smith did that kind of helps understand what's driving the budget increases, and I think she's prepared to kind of talk in detail about some of those. You all recall that on the north side of the river, we rely entirely on the city of Washington for our water usage, and we are a partner with them in the operation of that treatment plant on a cost basis. So some of our cost increases are related to projects that they decide to do. Christina has done a good job of meeting with them and getting an idea of what those future costs would be, so we can project as well on our side what the impact will be to the water districts. But I'll let you.
The first items listed, these were two projects that the information was given to me by Adam Waters of the City of Washington, the capital projects that they are anticipating for this year. The first is a complete repainting of the water treatment plant, and that cost is estimated to be $95,300. I believe that plant was painted when they did their last major upgrade, which was in 2000, so 12 years ago, for the last time the entire plant was repainted. The second capital project is the conversion, their chemical feed system. They currently use gas chemical feed, and they are looking to convert to liquid. However, one thing, additional information that I've gotten since this was printed, that total cost of $375,000, the city has actually applied for an EDA grant for that project. So if they are awarded that grant, it would be 50-50 match. So we would only be obligated to 40% of 50% of $375,000. So that's good information to know. The next item 2B, is just regarding uniforms. This is a small increase of our previous budget. We have always had a uniform budget in there, but looking to go to a more standardized uniform for all of our employees, something to just so that when our customers see us, that we're representing the county.
The little names on them?
I'm not sure about the names yet. That depends on the cost.
Is your page you're looking at right behind that page?
Yes.
Yeah. Water district's cost drivers and expansion items.
Second page.
Second page.
But I'm not seeing what she's talking about. Right there? All right, okay, got you.
Item A.
Got you. All right.
Question, that chemical feed system, that's pretty high price on that sucker.
It's for all of their chemical injections, so it is pretty high price. The injection pumps are or specialized pump with specific quantities based upon the flow of the water in the pipe, so it's a pretty complicated system.
Industry, interesting.
Next item, item 2A, and this is one of the largest increases that we have. New EPA requirements require that all materials used in the installation of public water system lines after January 4th, 2014 will be lead-free. Basically, that's talking about the brass components of all of our pipe materials. And that's something that it's been in the works, but all of our suppliers have been working, hard for the past few years trying to figure out exactly what this requirement will mean. They've been changing their systems and changing their molds and their processes and doing tests for that, but they are telling us that you can pretty much expect an increase of 20 to 30% for your brass fittings. So we've got that increase in the budget.
So they want 0 parts per billion.
They do.
Good Lord have mercy.
That's very difficult to get when you're dealing with those kinds of metals.
Right.
I will say.
And it says, and that's why lead-free is in quotation marks. It's not 100% lead-free, but it is as close as they can get it for the metals to still be.
This is the EPA,
Yes.
the new wonderful EPA,
I don't want lead in my
loving, caring EPA.
Well, here's the thing about it. You would be surprised where lead is in water. If you go out and start taking samples of water, there's a lot of lead in a lot of water that a lot of people drink. And you would also be surprised at how little lead you get out of these fittings on these plastic lines. This is another fine example of excess regulation that's not really going to do anything for anybody.
Creates jobs.
This makes these guys feel good.
It creates more government jobs.
Continue.
Item number 3, current obligations. This is something, as Jim and Randall were speaking of earlier, the maintenance. Our system is starting to age. I mean, we still have a very new system compared to other surrounding systems, but as the system ages, there's certain maintenance that needs to take place, and we're starting to allow for that, and starting specifically at the Southside Water Treatment Plant. That plant came online in 2006, so we're having to go in and to start to do some maintenance on the filters as well as the ground storage tank. Item number 4, fixed charges, and this is something Jim may be able to speak to better than I, but is regarding the cost for the workers' compensation insurance and the P&L insurance for the districts.
Yeah, we're seeing a slight increase. What we're doing is we're better able to identify the cost related to the water system employees and the assets of the water system. We're not seeing a huge increase in our rates. What we're doing is we're just typically the general fund pays the property and liability and workers' comp bill, and we take an allocation off of that. What we've done is we've been able to adequately identify the cost for each employee and charge it to the water system's budget more accurately. So you're seeing a 5 or 6% increase in that for the water system.
Is that in the pool?
Yes, sir.
It is in the pool,
Yes,
so
sir.
we know we're getting a good rate.
Yes, we are.
Just to the curiosity, since it came up, do we have hazard insurance on these water tanks for wind and earthquake?
Yes, I say that. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Property,
Yes. I pause not with wind, I pause with earthquake. But,
Well, earthquake will probably get you before wind on those, believe it or not.
right. I'll verify that, but I know we have it for wind. I don't know that it's earthquake, but I'll check that.
That's right.
If it's
Item-
earthquake, they all go down.
Right. Yeah, we're in trouble.
Well, after the one a couple of years ago, if not, I'm sure the insurance agent would have given you a call.
Yeah.
Item number 5 is the capital outlay. It's something I believe which is pretty standard, is the replacement of 2 trucks per year. Our guys are on the road constantly, guys and gals, reading meters and making repairs, so our trucks get quite a bit of wear and tear on them. Also, what we've included in this is the request to construct a approximately 1,400 square foot storage building, concrete flooring with bay doors, and this is an estimated cost of $74,000. This is related to some of the photos that I showed you at the Commissioners Retreat earlier this year, that we just do not have storage facilities for our equipment as well as our materials. So that's something that we have added in there. That's just a very rough number before we would, and obviously award that, or before bidding that out, we would bring that back to you with a specific design.
Well, what kind of trucks are you buying now that you can't get the Ford Rangers anymore?
We're looking at the Toyota Tacomas. We still need to have the compact vehicles because of the meter readers getting in and out of the vehicle so frequently. They've actually tried full size, but just because of the height, stepping in and out, it's just really tough on their bodies. And it's also been suggested smaller vehicles, but if you need to have a valve wrench, different type of tools, you really can't do that in a small Prius or small Ford compact car.
Christine?
Yes.
I have one question. In this building, you said it's got bay doors on it. I'm just wondering whether it would be better designed to have a three-sided building so you have easy access coming in and out instead of having bay doors that's going to eventually get run into. And
It possibly may be, but I'm still looking at least 1 or 2 bays with the doors for security to be able to pull it down and to lock it. Also, the site that we're on, and I haven't completely laid out the best orientation of the building, but our site is very limited. We have 1 entrance in, 1 entrance out, and there's a water tank in the middle of it. So it's literally a circle drive that they have to go around. So I'm not 100% sure of the best way to lay the building out at this point, I'll be honest, but because budget rolls around this time of year, I just had to put a number in there to look at it to see what the best thing would be. I couldn't wait until everything was finalized before I put that in, but I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also looking for security.
well, did you have someone to estimate the cost on this?
One of the local contractor, just as a general ballpark.
There's plenty of money in it if you're going out for bid.
There is.
I think that worked out about $52 a square foot, so I think that's in line.
More than, this budget, you have to, I'm just trying to cover my costs there.
The items that are not included in this budget, but I know Christina mentioned at the bottom, are items that are a great priority to you and us as well. Our generator backup at not only the south side treatment plant, but also the north side as well. And Christina and I have talked at great lengths about how we might fund that. I'm a little hesitant about recommending to you all to make an allocation out of this money to just go ahead and fund it. We're going to look at our projections, where we're at with cash. Christina's working with Van on some things. He's actually going to design some of the specs for those within the project that he's working on now for us. So we're going to get a little bit of deal on that, and then it'll give us a better idea of what we need and how much that'll cost. Preliminary estimates are somewhere around $500,000, I think. Is that correct, Christina?
For the south side. That would be to have a permanent generator at the south side plant as well as the new well house, and then also a portable generator and hookups at the booster pump stations on the south side.
And it may be, if we evaluate that and there's no funding, of course we're going to chase funding if we can, but if we see a need on the north side as well for that, we may put together a package, and it may be feasible for us to look at maybe financing that on a short-term basis as well. But we'll look at interest rates, we'll look at all of that, and we'll bring back a recommendation to you. But I know that's a great priority, especially around hurricane season.
Question?
Questions from commissioners? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You want to read this out? Highlight it.
Okay. I move we go into closed session under NCGS 143-318.11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, condition of employment, appointment, of a public officer, employee, or prospective public officer or employee.
Have a motion, is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? 7-0. We're in closed session. All right, we're back in open session, and I think it's appropriate now that we work our way towards the budget that we're going to actually have to present for the public hearing, because we have to have something. We've already scheduled a public hearing, so I think now is an appropriate time for us to go through and put out what we're going to put out and see where we end up.
Going to go through the expansion positions. All right, we could start on with the HR position.
Can we try this? Might save some time. I can support all the recommendations that are in the manager's budget, except the ones in the sheriff's office having to do with CALEA and staffing in the sheriff's office.
I'm same way.
In the sheriff's department.
He didn't.
In the sheriff's department.
Okay.
He didn't recommend.
I would delete that one.
No, he didn't recommend for the Board of Elections. But you can make that as a separate motion if you want to. You know.
All right, well, is that, so we're going to do a straw vote on that, correct?
One thing I'd like to comment on the social worker 3 positions, there was 2 open.
We'll just do one now.
Let's just do one, and then if they need
Plus
another,
new
they can
position,
come back
permit
to us.
registry coordinator, sheriff's department, I'm not going to support that.
Well, those are in the office.
That's a full-time position.
There was one upgrade in his office, and there was one new position that was inside the office.
I don't want to vote for that.
And I can support all the recommendations that the manager has covered in the book that he is for, except those 2.
You're on the bottom of page 26, is that where you're at?
I don't know what
The
page.
reclassification.
I'm just doing a summary of everything that he said.
I just want to be sure.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Hood, that is your motion.
It's $3,800.
That's my motion. I'm not going to support that upgrade, and I'm not going to support that new
All
employee.
right, we have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? Okay, that carries. Commissioner Booth.
I know we didn't recommend the person to the Board of Election, but I would like to recommend that we fill that position with the reduction of the overtime that we have.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion?
The problem is, I don't think it will reduce overtime, because the overtime that they have is during the peak periods, and that person's going to be there straight time all year. So I don't think it's going to reduce overtime.
That's what we were just talking about. If we allow this position to come in place, there's about an $8,000 difference between a full-time employee there and what they do part-time work with. And if it don't decrease the overtime, then we got to look at doing away with that position.
The problem is, we never look. I mean, every
so
one of
we
these
will
things,
this time.
it gets to be a full-time.
This time will be different.
And if they know that, they're going to rig it so that you can't get ahead of it. I mean, it's just, you can't win with it.
The thing about it, excuse me, the thing about it is that there is a lot of, the director put a lot of time in over there. I mean, a heck of a lot of time. And she needs some relief, I feel.
Well, she's got one full-time employee now. And then there's another part-time there most of the time.
There's another thing that she mentioned that I think is very important, that it's hard for her to go in and fully train an employee if they find, if he's moving along or she's moving along and he finds a new job, then she's got to start training all over again. So I think that's the mitigating factor on hiring a full-time employee.
Mr. Chairman, when we have elections, Beaufort County, can that elections office be run with just 3 people, or is there more additional people needed past the 3 people if they were full-time?
You're talking about during an election.
Yeah.
They have a line item for poll handlers, I think, that they
I'm
utilize.
talking about as far as the personnel for the election offices itself. Do they need more part-time help during the elections?
Yes.
They probably do. It depends on if there's an election cycle with a lot of going on. They do need a lot of part-time.
So we don't know how much that is, as far as breaking it out from the part-time number that's in the book.
24,000 is not that much for part-time.
Well, you pay some other stuff on top of that. It gets up to being 30,000, really.
Anything further? All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Who's opposed? I can see it again.
Two, and Belcher's with us on this one.
Okay. So it passed 4-3.
Can you do it one more time? I'm sorry. I didn't-
Okay, all in favor, raise your right hand.
Whoa.
All opposed?
Doing the vote again?
Opposed.
Just for clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, was there, and the clerk may be looking for this as well, but in the motion, was there a motion to decrease the overtime line?
Part-time.
Part-time line?
No.
Part-time.
Okay, not entirely though, right?
Just the amount of the
Okay.
increase, I guess, is what you meant.
The only thing I'll say about the overtime is last year we decided to add an employee in the sheriff's office to reduce overtime, and overtime ballooned to $153,000.
Yeah.
All right, where are we going to next?
We can cut part of it. I don't think you need to cut it
We're done with personnel.
I'm with
I think you have a handout up there for the travel, this is just a brief discussion.
Did we approve all of the other personnel recommendations? Do you need to get a
They were in the
motion on
budget.
that?
All
They
of
were-
those.
It's at the
Okay.
sheriff's department.
So they'll be included when we do the big vote. Okay, you didn't want to do this.
Although,
I don't mean to
in my heart, I'm with
be
you.
picky. When we approved everything but the sheriff's office,
He does.
that was the sheriff's office reclassification. Did that didn't include did that include the telecommunicators as well, or?
All the ones that do the.
I think the ones that get the ones that get the
You were talking about the ones within the sheriff's office only.
911.
Yeah, now I want to change, I want to go back and re-vote if it included the telecommunicators, because I would not vote, I would vote for that. Do you see what I'm?
I included the telecommunications.
Before that.
Oh, you were for that, okay.
Full-time employee.
It just didn't include
Just
the
the
new
sheriff's-
full-time employee, and it didn't include the upgrade on the CALIA.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, that's
what they
I'm okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the intent of my motion was, yeah.
Okay, moving on, you have a travel request handout up there, and this is something we worked really hard on to streamline our travel request process so that we won't have to go through this monthly ordeal that we have at our commissioners meeting to discuss travel. No other county that I know of does this besides Beaufort County. And what we've done, we've been really strict with all the departments during this budget process, requiring them to list all of these meetings and functions they attend throughout the year that they attend on a regular basis. Probably most of them go to annually, to give the board the opportunity to see these. Now, of course, there are always going to be one or two that pop up from time to time that they would have to come in and get permission for outside of this request. But I would encourage the board to review this and take a vote to approve this travel during the budget process so that we will not have to come to you monthly with these requests and tie up the amount of time. The board approves about 95% of these things every month
Is there a total amount for total travel?
for each department.
No, just all together.
Sum total.
We can give it to you. We've got each department total on there.
I don't have a problem with what you asked me, Mr. Manager, but I was looking through it earlier, and there's some that's going to have to come, because unless I missed it, I didn't see anything for the rest of these. And sometimes they have some certification classes that they have to go to. I didn't see one in there.
Yeah, we may have overlooked that one, but we can make sure we get it to you before the budget is adopted.
Randall, I
Yes, sir.
can't vote for this unless it has what we're spending in the present year on this.
We can do that too.
Because I have
Just
no
give us-
idea.
Give us present year total, and then the total for this.
Looks like about 91,000 that he's got here. That's a whole lot less, I think, than what it's been being.
It's not gonna be that much, because I was looking at some of the, like the commissioners, very seldom that all 7 of us go somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't mind. I think if you're going to do this, I don't want to sit here with people traveling and commissioners not knowing about it.
Okay.
I think we still need a report every month on who travels.
Yeah, we can do that, but.
Yeah, we just don't have to vote on it. It's all-
Have a discussion.
we just
Don't
know
have
where
to-
they're going.
We'll share it with you monthly if you want to. That's fine.
Because actually what's called a mandatory travel right now is not mandatory. There's still a lot of travel in there that's not necessary.
We'd have to be informed of all exceptions too.
Something else that we provided at the board's request, we have given you a sales tax analysis. Jim worked hard on this just to give you an idea of how what the sales tax breakdown is and how it would be impacted if you change the procedure. That's just for your review. When you get time to look at it, it should be up on your table. We've also given you a comparison of the county tax rates in surrounding counties and many of the counties east of I-95, and you'll see that our tax rate is in the lower end compared to a lot of our neighbors are much, much higher than we are.
Well, I want to say that I am delighted that you've given us this sales tax distribution analysis, because of all the years that I've been a commissioner, which is 17 now, this is the first time that we've ever gotten a manager to the point of actually presenting the analysis.
Well, it's there for your review, and you can look it over. I mean, it's more complex than you realize when you actually see how the changes would take place.
Actually, the amount of money that's involved in this is a lot more than I ever estimated it to be.
Also, you have a recommended vehicle replacement that we, I think back in the budget message, I made a recommendation that we take during the current, while the current fiscal year before it ends on June 30th, and purchase a number of vehicles that are needed by various departments. And we have these vehicles that we are recommending it to do now. And if you would like to go through these and reach consensus on this would be good. It would help us tonight if you could do that as well.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board concerning the list?
Gosh, I don't know. I hadn't had a chance to look at it. I would say I want to. Yeah, that's right. I want us to buy more plain Jane vehicles. There's too many fancy vehicles.
Just due to the money we have, we're going to buy economical, moderately priced vehicles that will give us good service, but nothing fancy, no big, crew cabs, trucks, and things like that.
There's some fancy pickups out there right now that shouldn't be out there.
How many? We have one 250 or one 350. How many 250s, 350s we got?
We don't have any 350s.
We got a 250, right?
We've got two 250s in the water department.
Okay, and they're used for hauling stuff.
Yeah, one's for. Yeah, we've got a small backhoe. We've got two trailers that we haul. We rent equipment a lot, so
yeah.
The others are oversized. They're F-150s. All the others.
250 will pull about anything.
We have two trucks for animal control. One truck for building inspections that you heard from Brandon tonight. He's got 180,000 or 90,000 on that truck. One vehicle for environmental health. Two vehicles for environmental health. One for soil and water conservation. Jim told you earlier tonight how the county took their vehicle and transferred it to a different department 4 or 5 years ago. One for the tax office. And one vehicle just would be a general use vehicle that would be used by some of the administrative staff sometimes, or some of the commissioners sometimes, or when we need to take a group somewhere that, we can't. Sometimes you need a bigger vehicle to take a group if, you're going to some.
Talking about like a minivan or
something like that could be shared. It'd be probably kept here, but checked out for different ones that need it for go to a meeting or something like that.
One question, What are we gonna do with the old vehicles that, they're gonna be, are they gonna be traded in, or?
I don't, probably be surplus. We'd have to surplus them and sell them. I guess we do it through gov deals.
That's what we usually do, yes.
We have been taking vehicles out of the sheriff's department, and they're through with them and cycling them through the other departments. Are you
Yeah,
talking?
and we'll still do that, but there's some of those that come out, I mean, your vehicles that get extremely low mileage and they're, need a transmission, or you end up spending several $1,000s a year for maintenance on things that have been worn out. But you do get a good one from time to time that we are continuing to use. I mean, the tax office, they got a new one recently, I think, one of the older deputy cars, and it's a whole lot better than what they had before. I think it was like it was about to blow up any minute, the one they had before.
Y'all need some more time for these vehicles, or?
These will come out of this year's budget, right?
They will be taken out of the current budget. It's a total of $179,000, I believe.
That's, when you say the current budget, the budget.
Current fiscal year, yes, sir.
Right now?
Yes, sir.
Make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
It's really not a part of the new proposed budget. This is the current year.
All right, discussion. We have a motion and a second.
Were these
I need a second.
vehicles budgeted for this year?
No, they were not.
They were requests in the fiscal year 2014 budget, but based on the end of the year projections, they weren't funded in the manager's recommended budget, but they were recommending that we go ahead and purchase them in the current year we're in now.
Okay.
Why is that? What's our advantage in doing that?
Well, one advantage, we're doing better. We're having fallout in spending, and we can accomplish it without a budget amendment. So we're going to do it in our current year, within our current year spending.
Can we cut back on the next year's budget?
We're not. It's not included in that budget for next year.
And any chance we get by with about half these vehicles and phase in the other half next year?
Well, I think one of the things we discussed when we presented the budget message was that if you would do this now, this would really take care of the need that we have for at least 2 or 3 fiscal years, and you wouldn't be having to run out and buy vehicles. The rest of them, next year, if we need some more, hopefully we could fill them with older sheriff's department vehicles. But I tell you, we have some really bad vehicles. I mean, Commissioner Brennan, you and I discussed one day, some of our departments have some vehicles that are almost embarrassing that we got the county seal.
I wouldn't have rode in it.
Yeah.
No, the embarrassing one was the one that Paul Sproul and I left.
That's the one I would purchase.
Mr. Chairman, I have a problem. I got a list of vehicles that the sheriff's department's got. And I have a problem with a vehicle with 120,000 miles on it, and they want to replace it, or 137,000 miles. I got a truck that's got 167,000 miles on it. I'd take off and go to California today.
Sure. Well,
I just think as well as these things are maintained, that we should be able to cut the amount of vehicles that they're asking for.
Well, we did this year. They requested 15, and we recommended 5.
I'm saying cut them more.
They do the same thing every year. They request about double what they really need, and then they cut them, and then there's a whole herd of them parked out here forever that you're wondering what is really going on.
Well, there's 10 or 12 out there all the time.
Yeah. Then that tells me there's a management problem there. Does this include the sheriff's cars for next year in this 179,000?
No, we don't have any sheriff's department.
Just these, they're listed on the front page.
The 5 that we recommended funding are included in next year's budget, the proposed budget. So
basically what we're talking about right now is just what's on this sheet.
Just those. I believe it's 179, wasn't it, Jim?
It is, yeah.
And these not gonna be no high.
No, sorry.
They're gonna be little compact cars.
But you're buying how many cars?
Buying some trucks here, too.
Buying trucks and...
About 3 trucks, I believe, and...
Was it 8 vehicles altogether?
Okay, that's what I thought, about $20,000 a vehicle average.
Yeah, 5. I think it's 5 cars and 3 trucks, maybe.
Is there any way we could see what's coming from the sheriff's department this year and put them in a matrix with these and sort of?
I've got
sort of got it.
I've got one car coming
That's it.
that I know of, and it's a Dodge Charger.
How many miles is on the Dodge Charger?
I think it's 130, 140,000.
Good Lord, that should be almost new.
Well, one thing you have to consider too with law enforcement vehicles, 130,000 miles on a law enforcement vehicle is probably equivalent of 180 or 200 on a personal vehicle, because we don't leave, personal vehicles don't sit around idling, getting ready to leave at a moment's notice, driving around, the way they do. It's just it's like a commercial lawnmower versus, an individual. When you use a lawnmower every single day of the week, they don't last for 5 years like an individual can last one for 10 years.
But you can turn them off every once in a while.
Yeah, but that's part of their way of doing business. They leave those vehicles. They have to leave them idling. A lot of times they're in and out. But it's just the nature of that field of work.
All right, let's vote on this. Have a motion and a second.
How you gonna vote?
I won't vote against it.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? 4-3, it passed. Okay.
Just too much, man.
I think now we could go back and
Next 3 years is taken care of.
and probably go department by department and answer any other questions or
Right.
concerns that various commissioners have about
It's a recurring expense.
specific items in the department budgets or changes or recommendations you have.
Okay, can I make a suggestion as we go department by department? If you have things you want to cut out, let's go ahead and deal with them as we pop through each one.
That's the best way to do it.
Do you need to take a 5-minute break?
This is a straw vote,
No
right?
need to bounce. Let's just start from the
No,
beginning.
somebody needs to go to the restroom, then get up and go.
This is a straw vote, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't count, really.
No.
Well, I mean, we're moving forward.
Well, this is what the public hearing is going to be about. What have we come up with tonight?
Yeah, but we can change it.
Yeah, you just change
You
it.
want to start with community college on page 50?
You can.
Page what?
Page 50.
All right.
Before that, similar to the vehicle purchase, another recommendation that I had made in the budget message was that we proceed with making a transfer to the community college this current fiscal year as well to cover the cost of that roof. And you all, the night Dr. Tanzi was here, you all had some discussions with her on that. And they did provide us with their total budget, which Jim forwarded out to you, and as well as some of the statutory requirements that they do not have anybody else to fund their capital needs other than, the county government, I think was.
And that is general statute.
Yes, sir.
Well, they collect fees for enrollment fees. I mean, they have other sources of income.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board on this particular department or agency?
Do you want a recommendation on that roof thing separate? Because it's
I
out
guess
of this year's budget.
if you're going to do it this year, you need to.
The current expense that we recommended was $2,232,403 and a $110,000 capital outlay. But that did not include the roofing project. The roofing project was recommended to be paid out of the current year budget.
All right, let's deal with that, and then we can go ahead and deal with what's out after.
51.
All right. What's the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion to pay for that roof out of this year's budget?
How much is a roof again?
$367,000.
Is there money in that budget to do that?
In our current year's budget.
Our current year
Yes,
budget.
yes.
In addition to what we gave them last year, we're going to pay this $300,000 for.
Have they already had bids on this project?
I don't believe they put it out for bids yet, but that we would move forward and once they provide us the bids and the information, we would move forward with the transfer.
So we need to look at what we paid last year and add $300,000 to it.
We would probably encumber it, to have that amount of money encumbered in the current year's budget and carry it over to next fiscal year probably once they.
Which means the 2232 is just the beginning.
Well, I
Yes,
think
it
they
is.
have, yeah.
All right, is there a motion?
Well, you really, In other words, you would take the money out of the budget year that we're sitting in right now for the roof?
Yes, sir. The board would be appropriating $367,000 out of the current year, out of our reserves, because of taking into consideration that that is the financial.
You say reserves now, what reserve?
Fund balance, out of our fund balance.
Out of our fund
You'd be appropriating out of the fund balance. That, the most positive news that the county has is that due to our conservative projections and conservative spending during this fiscal year that we're almost concluding.
No, that's not good policy. Because what you're saying is you're amending a budget at the end of the year, and then you're going forward with another budget. And, if you're going to have budgets, that is just not good budgeting policy. It's one thing to have an emergency and have to change your budget. It's another thing to spend the money this year and inflate this year's spending against next year because you're still net spending more money. I think that what you should do is to reduce what these guys are getting this year by about $200,000, and then if you want to fund the roof next year, subject to them bringing us an engineering report that says the roof is needed.
You could do it however the board wants to do it.
That's what we did last time. We made them bring us an engineering report. We provided the money, and we said, we've got to have an engineering report, somebody that says this roof that needs to be replaced now. And
But we didn't cut their budget.
yeah, we did. We didn't give them the full amount they wanted. Their budget was cut some.
No, last year they found out that when they done the roof, they came in a little cheaper. You remember?
Yeah. But you can't. What's happening is you're getting dragged along in this thing. All of a sudden, roofs have become something exceptional to their budget. That has not been the case in the past. Last time they did a roof, they talked us into including roofs as being something separate. That's never been the case. If they need a $400,000 roof, they need to start accruing a year or two ahead of time from out of the money that we're giving them, because we're getting suckered into roofs being an exception, and that's a bad place to be.
Now, one thing that I do need to make sure you realize, they did request the 110 that we put in for capital outlay plus the 367. That was part of their capital outlay request for next year. It was my idea to take it and pay it out of the current year instead of paying it next year, but y'all could do it either way you want to.
Yeah, but you're still dragged into the policy thing where roofs become something exceptional, and we don't need to set that as a precedent. We got suckered into that thing year before last, and we don't need to get into this. I will make a motion that we reduce the amount of, in fiscal 2014 to $2,142,403, and that we fund the roof as a capital expenditure conditional upon the community college bringing us an engineering report that says when the new roof is necessary.
And any savings incurred, we will get.
And then the other money, the 110, was for the improvements on the upgrades on the range, I think.
That leaves the 110 in there. That leaves their capital money in there.
So you put 250 in for the roof above?
No, I reduced their current expense budget by $200,000 to $2,100,000.
190 is what you said.
Well, the fiscal year total recommended budget, as I understand it, is $2,342,000, and I'm reducing that by $200,000 to $2,142,403, and then we are appropriating. The capital budget stays the same.
You said 200,000.
Subtract $200,000 from $2,342,403, and I think you will find that you will get $2,142,000.
Where are you getting the 342 at?
Hood's looking on page 50.
Oh, I see. You're on the next. I got you. I see. I was on the other page.
Page 52.
Good.
I made a mistake.
Good. I've been there too. But
let's do this because Gary wants to say something. Is there a motion to, second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Gary.
Something else on the lines of these roofs at the community college. I got an email from Randall the other day. The community college's expected roof replacement for 2018, and they're going to replace the roof every year. That's what they got. And we got to get a handle on that. I mean, you're looking at roofs from anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000, and we just can't. I don't think we can afford to do that.
And that's what we're doing here tonight with my motion. We're pushing them back to where they need to be with this, but by requiring an engineering report that the roof replacement is necessary. That's a key ingredient to this. It's not a matter of just, I need a roof. I can tell you a story about roofs right now. The first year I was married, my wife says, you got to replace the roof on this house. It's going to fall in. And that was, 9-10 years ago. Guess what? That same roof is still up there. So you can get all kinds of opinions on roofs.
You need to use a roof until it starts leaking.
That's right.
I hate to say it, but that's
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, that failed.
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we follow Randall's suggestion, take the roof out of this year's budget, but it has to come with a roofing report from an engineer before we do it. That'll be the caveat that we do, that they have to, before we actually release the money, they have to show us a report saying they need the roof. How's that, Hood?
Well, I don't like it, but, my motion failed.
Hey, it's better than you had before, though. Isn't it?
Not really.
All right, you have a motion.
It's
Is there a
better than what
second?
Randall gave you. He didn't
You're
give you an
spending
engineering
another
report.
$200,000.
Is there a second? All right, I'll second it. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Will you repeat the motion?
Mr. Belcher.
You want me to repeat it? I think I can. That we follow Randall's recommendation from the county manager that we replace the roof out of this year's budget with the caveat that it has to, before we release the money, we'll have to get an engineer's report saying that the roof needs replaced.
So it's the $367,000 as recommended by Mr. Woodward.
Well, I want to tell you, another thing is I think that when I actually looked at that Beaufort Community College budget, and I don't have it in front of me, maybe Jim does, the roof was only $300,000. There's $67,000 of that was for other stuff. Is that correct, Jim?
Truck, was it a used truck or something?
So I would amend that motion to out for $300,000 rather than $367,000. Is that not in your stuff? I mean, I'm doing this from memory, but it seems like.
Yeah, I think it was 305, and the remaining, the manager's recommendation cut their budget by $367,000, and I think within that was the work to the.
But I think the other 62 to 67,000 ought to be should probably be in next year's budget, and the roof in this year's. But roof was only right around $300,000.
Let me interject this into your wording, that your motion says, the engineering report says when the roof needs to be replaced.
I'll amend it to that.
Yeah, in their request, the $367,000 was to replace the roof on Building 9, and the $110 was for the other items all lumped together, which included the repairs and improvements to adding the berm at the firing range and getting up to state standards. Purchasing a used vehicle for the maintenance department out there.
All right. 367. Then in the engineer's report, have to say when the roof needs replacing.
All right.
It's not immediate.
How do we know it's going to cost $300,000?
It may be less. Yeah.
That's
How do we know?
We only pay.
I'll say up to 367.
I mean,
if it's going to cost more than that, they'd have to come back to it.
All right, all in favor of that motion, raise your right hand. All opposed? That one failed.
We don't have a roof yet.
Oh, that one failed. I wasn't counting. I thought that one passed.
Mr. Chairman,
It's yours, Al.
I'm concerned that they're asking for a new roof every year for the next 10 years. I would suggest that they look at trying to repair some of these roofs before replacing them. And that possibly we just leave this money out until they have a roofing survey that tells us exactly what they're going to do. And just not touch it until we get the
second that
information.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, it passed.
Oh, it passed, okay.
So, explain to me exactly what this means. You're gonna hold that, you got that 367 held in escrow, is that what you're saying?
No.
Don't say we're not
No,
going to do anything.
we're not doing anything till we get a roofing survey.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, but, and then you're just gonna vote on it.
Then we'll talk about
What I'm saying is, what I'm asking is, you do the survey and they come back and say we need the roof immediately, are you gonna have the 367 somewhere?
Well, Bob, last time that we did this, as a matter of fact, it worked out just like it did this time. And what happened, even though they were telling us it was raining in the building and all that kind of stuff, is it was still put off about a year before anything really happened. And then we wound up splitting it between 2 years' budgets to make it work. So you're really about the same place you were if this works like that did.
So basically what you're telling me, you're gonna do, it'll be delayed a year.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, but if they bring us a complete report, they're going to have all of these buildings in it, if I understand the motion correctly. Have all of the buildings in it, and then you'll be able to look at it and see what year it's estimated that a roof has to be replaced, and then you'll have something you can deal with.
If we're going to start replacing roofs, we need to be able to split each roof over 2 years wherever possible.
Wherever
You
possible.
want me to get, ask for additional information from their maintenance director? before?
No, I'm only going to look at an engineering report.
Okay.
Now, these roofs are single-ply membrane, right?
Not necessarily. They've got all kinds of different roofs out there.
Yeah, build-up roofs too.
Well, for instance, they got a build-up or a
They're
composite
basically all
roof, they
flat.
can be repaired.
They're flat, but there's a single-ply membrane that's stretched with spacers underneath it.
Right.
And it floats above the ceiling joist,
Right.
or the roof joist. Yeah, it's called roof joist.
Okay, you're gonna move on now to Beaufort County
Well, I have a
Schools.
motion on this, since you've settled that, we still have business. I recommend that we reduce the Beaufort County Community College budget by $100,000 from the request.
Current expense.
Yes, current expense, not capital.
We'll have that money. when
Have
they
a
do the
motion,
roof.
is there a second?
I'll second it, because then we'll have
Any
part of that
discussion?
money for the roof.
Could go over that one more time.
We just reduced our current expense budget by $100,000
Give them the
from
110.
the fiscal year total recommended budget.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Okay. All in favor of that, raise your right hand. Opposed? All right, that failed. Someone make a motion about this budget?
about
Community
what?
college,
Well,
to accept it as is.
oh, yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second? Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed?
Fail. So now we can change some budget again. What do you guys want to do? You want to knock $50,000 off of this to make it fly?
Yes,
Will that fly?
yes, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion that we reduce the community college budget by $50,000.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand.
Passed. 4. He voted. Put your hand up, Stan.
Good.
Opposed? All right, it passed 4-3.
Wait just a minute. Who'd stand?
Hood, Stan,
Al.
Gary.
It's not hard to figure out who voted which way.
Okay, I got you.
So you reduced the current expense by 50,000, left the capital outlay at 110.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I think by general statute, we have to provide capital outlay. I'm not so sure we have to provide all that current expense.
Yeah, but the statute doesn't say how much we have to provide. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
It says you just got to maintain.
All right, Beaufort County Schools.
Beaufort County Schools on page 54, you can see what is recommended, the current expense
of $12,445,150, and capital outlay $1,100,000, for a total of $13,545,150.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Okay, I have a motion to accept school recommended.
We could expect him to make a motion to that, because he can't go home if he doesn't. You got to understand what's behind this. So, I would be making a motion if this fails to reduce this budget.
I'm really pleased of you saying that, because you're making me look better all the time.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? It failed.
Now who children?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about how much we want to reduce this budget. What's going to fly?
Current expense.
$75,000.
How much?
75
On what?
on the school budget.
I can live with that. I don't like it.
Current or capital?
I can live with that.
Look, the one thing they did though, Gary, is you got to understand that he gave him, even with what he's giving him, he's spending $800,000 of his reserve fund.
Yeah, but he had 80 positions out there that went by attrition. What does that tell you?
What does that tell me?
Tells you overstaffing.
No, it doesn't, Hood. That's not overstaffing at all. What it is that you just don't fire anybody.
Job protection, overstaffing, it's the same thing, whatever you want to call it.
What do you just because they took the teacher assistants in grades A through 3 and did away with them, that's not overstaffing. That means that the state took the teacher assistant positions and did away with them. That's where the 80 positions are coming in.
And the school is still surviving.
The school is not surviving at the same level it was surviving before. That's just like the pre-K. They're cutting the positions in pre-K. What gets me about it is the Republicans sit up there in Raleigh and they say, okay, every child in North Carolina is going to read on grade level at the end of 3rd grade. Every child, or we're going to come down and we're going to assassinate some teachers, basically. But as soon as they say that, they turn around and say, okay, here's how we're going to get them all reading at grade level by the end of grade 3. We're going to cut all the teacher assistants out of the classroom, and we're going to cut the pre-K program, and we're going to cut positions all across the board so that these people will not have the tools to get children to read at 3rd grade level by the end of 3rd grade. Now, you can't have it both ways.
Mr. Chairman.
It's called making bricks without straw.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with about half of what Mr. Belcher said.
Well, at least we're getting somewhere.
These high muckety mucks in both Raleigh, North Carolina, and the federal government need to get their hands off education and let local people educate children because they know how to do it. I agree with that. But Al, can you live with a $75,000 reduction in this?
Actually, the current expense of $250K. Basically, we're ranked 25th among the schools in North Carolina spending per student. And basically, I think the schools need a facilities manager of high competence, and I'm willing to fund that $90,000. But in relation to the $250, I'd take the $90 from the $250. And I'd cut $160,000 out of current expense.
Yeah, keep in mind, we did make a commitment to Dr. Phipps that we would fund this new position.
Well,
that
the
he's in the
difference,
process of
we were funding the difference between what he was paying the old position and what it cost, which is about $35,000.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, but you're advocating $175,000, right?
160.
160.
I can live with that. Can you live with that, Gary? All right. Who wants to make the motion? I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, you have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, one more time.
All right, I'll make the motion. We got to satisfy Madam Clerk. We definitely don't want to get messed up on this. I make the motion that we reduce the $12,445,100. No, wait a minute. Yeah, $150 by, what did you say, Al?
$160,000.
$160,000. That's the current expense that we're giving to the school. All right, now, you still
And I
second?
second that motion.
All right, no further discussion. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Whoa, I had one more
Oh, you want
discussion.
discussion?
One thing you gotta remember now is you're cutting, they probably not gonna go over there at that school board and spend any more of their fund balance this year. So you're gonna cut them 160,000, Al. So you're probably gonna end up start cutting positions. People, actual people, they don't have any more resignations. They're gonna have to start cutting people. $160,000 worth of folks.
Right now, they got a $900,000 fund balance.
Well, what do you want them to do? Go to zero? Is that, I mean, the county commissioner sat up here for years, said, we want y'all to have a fund balance, we want y'all to have a fund balance. As soon as they get a fund balance and start using it, now you want them to take it to zero.
No, we don't want it to go to zero.
Well, it's gonna
They
be
did
on-
$500,000. They did $500,000 anyway.
All right, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed?
Right.
4-3. I'm gonna coin a phrase, the gang of four.
Well, you know, the
Proud
good
to be there.
The good thing about it is, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's trickling down right on from this Raleigh, right on down.
That's right.
So we shouldn't be surprised.
Government needs to get smaller.
It's get smaller. I hope in Raleigh, rather than talk about cutting positions, they'll cut some of that intellectual dead weight out of the central office.
All right.
Next,
General government.
category, general government, and the first is legal services.
Now, leave the capital outlay alone.
You satisfied with the capital outlay?
Yeah,
On page
Yeah,
58.
Yeah.
Page 58, the legal services under general government category.
All right, Billy, what have you done to us this year? I'm happy with legal services.
I'm not. The way they're cutting each radio, he's wondering if he's gonna have a job.
Hey, Commissioner Booth.
The only thing I would like to do is, I don't think we need two attorneys.
Well, I think that would need to be discussed in closed session, actually, that matter would be.
Okay. All right.
You want to skip that one and go on to court facilities? And you can see on page 60,
What's the pleasure of the board?
What was that page number?
page 60. These are just standard, items that you have that you.
No action, we move on.
County
I
manager's
don't have
office.
any action.
Okay.
I'll see that.
County manager's office.
On page 63, you see the manager's budget, it goes over to 64.
And everything we talked about earlier is in here, like you want. You're happy with it.
I believe so, yeah.
Jim, you're happy.
We haven't got his office yet.
That's right, it's finance.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Go to finance.
And then next on page 66, finance.
Jim, are you happy? All right.
With that smile, he better be happy.
Let me have
All right, elections.
Elections on page 69. Then you made changes to be incorporated, the chart just made on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Governing board, page 71.
You want to cut a commissioner?
Got one vote out there.
Okay.
Look, I'm the new kid on the block.
I'm gonna take a look at travel reimbursement. 2012, we were 13,804, now we're at 28,201. And I know that the commissioners need to carry various functions. It seems to me going up and more than doubling what we spent on travel is a bit excessive.
Well, we've had a lot of additional travel, I think, just in the period of time since I've been here due to the working on the wind turbine project. We've actually taken commissioners to visit the wind turbine project, and there's just been a lot going on, a lot of.
The other thing is commissioners are becoming active.
And engaged, and that's a really good thing. I mean, all 70 y'all have been gone, attended functions and meetings, and that's important. I mean,
Is this where you got the money to go up to PCS?
yes, that was
Okay.
that was included
Okay.
during that year as well.
Yeah, there's one, if you're going to have commissioners, you need an activist board. I mean, I'm looking at what we get paid, and all kidding aside, it's not a whole lot.
Yeah. Well, it's worth it to represent the county well, and I think y'all do a good job of that, and you got to
stack
engage.
up really low
Yeah.
amongst other counties.
Oh, yeah, we
across the
do.
state. Yeah. And we stack up really low amongst counties close by as well.
And believe it or not, they do look good up there.
Yeah.
All right, public buildings.
Okay, page 74. And we covered this pretty thoroughly already when we went through the other, in the last budget work session.
I just have two things on public buildings. I want to make sure that the repairing the jail, not the jail windows, the windows in the sheriff's office building that the water blew through is in the budget.
We did. I took it out initially, then we put it back in, I believe, didn't we, Jim?
So it's in the budget. And the only other thing that I have that may be a little controversial is drainage at Tideland. I know that I think we took out the $190,000, whatever it was. But I have looked at the engineering plans, and Gary, sometimes you and I need to go over and look at that because I have a innovative way of doing that. I think we should have about $25,000 in there to make sure that we can repair that drainage if we decide we want to.
Okay.
That's the only request that I have on
Okay,
public
we'll have to
building.
make a motion on that then.
Can I ask? I'll make a motion. Then I got
Okay, second. Who you gonna say? Okay.
Okay. I got a question, bud. Would that plan even out some of that pavement?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
We're not
Like
talking
two
about
different levels.
paving it all until the
Those are
future.
amending
Matter of
that
fact,
to
that's what the plan is.
$25,000.
25,000.
They're adding it into.
Yes.
For Thailand, in case we could do the drainage.
Right. Register of Deeds.
Board with it, but, yeah.
Page 78.
Already built in drainage.
And you covered that pretty thoroughly the night when Jennifer was here as well, I think.
Okay. Hearing nothing, let's go to tax administration.
Page 82.
Don't bother it.
Okay, let's move on then.
Have you got that the way you want it?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
Don't bother it.
Herman. Human Services.
Herman Services?
Yeah.
On page 90. And
Page 90?
yeah, you had a thorough discussion on this when the night that Sonia was here and went through, and when Roxanne was here as well.
Are there any changes?
Out of the, you're on the health department?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I meant-
Social Services, I'm sorry, I was thinking something else. Well, I would move that we take that we reduce their budget, their operating budget by $100,000.
Health department.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got about $120,000 overflow in salaries.
All right.
They won't miss the money.
Oh,
I
okay.
have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor raise your right hand. Opposed? Play that funky music.
Gang of folk. I bet you don't see it.
Now move on to social services on page 105.
Social Services.
Let me get over here.
What do you think, Al?
Well, I think if I had my document with me, I'd know exactly. But in relation to DSS administration, where salaries are at, basically, if you look at the recommended and you look at this year's estimate, you could easily take $150,000 out.
I can live with that.
Okay. Does that include the position we're going to put over there?
So we're
No, we're just reducing the gross budget by $150,000. You don't have to get into those details.
Well, the increase was 100. You talking about DSS administration?
Yes, sir.
The increase, I believe we recommended was, well, it's actually a decrease, isn't it?
Well, you got a physical year estimate on salaries without throwing in the fringes, $3,457,085.
Right.
And then you got a recommended in here, 3,701,794. And all year, they've only had one open position.
Okay. So you're cutting the salary line. So
Yeah.
we're going to have to. So we're not funding all the positions.
You are funding all the positions.
Well, that
Cutting-
costs us-
cutting and adding.
But that, we need to make sure that doesn't cut something that we're gonna get reimbursed for, you know.
Well, if
Would we be,
Anyway.
would we be giving them flexibility, Al, if we just cut the $3,191,000 budget and then let them go figure?
Yeah.
Would that-
We can cut it $150,000 and let them go figure.
That means we would be reducing the $3,191,000 recommended by $150,000. They could take the money from wherever they needed to accomplish whatever they wanted to accomplish.
but we got to decrease revenues by 70,000 then, if we're doing 150, because all the DSS admin is reimbursed
All of
at
it is reimbursed.
50%. So if we take 150, we're going to have to decrease revenue by 75.
I can't do that then.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you.
Well, they've got other expenses in here that they can adjust. You've got contracts and grants. You've got current obligations. They've got about $2 million anyway to play with to accomplish that $150,000. Because we're reducing the bottom line. We're not telling them where they have to take the money.
You're saying $150,000 out of their overall budget?
Yeah.
Jim, question.
Doesn't have to be manpower.
You got fiscal year amended in relation to salaries, $3,688,815, but the estimate goes down to $3,457,085.
That was, son, there was 4.
There's a lot of fallout there is what I'm getting
Yeah,
at.
historically, there's fallout, but what we're doing, though, we can cut salaries, but what we're doing is we're cutting positions as of July 1 that they can't fill. So we just got to be clear about that. If we're cutting salaries, we've got to cut positions. We need, what you're telling them is the positions that are vacant right now that they may be trying to fill, they can't fill those positions.
Right. Well, we've backed off of the salary line.
Okay.
We're doing the total expenditure line.
This 3,688,815, does that mean that 100% of the salaries are funded fully?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And there's just no fallout money in that number?
That's and the budgeted request of the total recommended of 3,799,288 is every position that's in the DSS plus your expansion items. That's 100% funded. We're not taking a number and just plugging it in there. We're loading every employee into the database, and it calculates the salary for us.
That's what it goes in there.
It's like $130,000, so that equates that to about 3 or 4 vacant positions probably that they have. Isn't that right?
And how many of those positions that are supplemented? You know, like some of those positions are the government and the state send some.
Yeah, a lot of the positions, like social workers, are 80% funded.
Yeah.
Income maintenance are 50% funded. Your aging, some of them are 100% funded, some of them are 50%. So,
Take this cut, that's going to put us on a slippery slope. Some of those slots aren't.
well, if you're cutting salary, I think they've moved off of salary.
Not cutting salaries.
So basically what you're doing, let's say if you took the whole agency combined budget and you're taking $150,000 from the whole combined budget. Is that what you're doing?
I need, well,
that would let you.
We've got to, right. I think what I'm hearing is you want to cut 150, and you're telling us to go find out where to
Find out what the
least impact
implications were.
Yeah.
Find out what the
because
impact
there's a lot of line items in here that we get 100% funding. A lot of these contract line items.
Did I make that motion?
I withdrew my motion for the time being.
Well, let me substitute a motion for that then, for your consideration, and that is that we direct the staff to find $150,000 and bring it back to us for approval.
So tell us what the impact is going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, what better?
Then they can find it wherever they want to find it in the budget.
And I don't mean to complicate it. That takes us back a little bit to the health department too, because I wasn't sure where we were getting that. Is that the same direction as well?
Well,
That's what we're talking about.
The direction on the health department thing that passed was to reduce their budget by, what was that, $100,000 or whatever the motion was. That was, and that's the bottom line. They can take it out of the total expenditures wherever they want to take it, or wherever you want to put it.
Right. You want us to decide where we're going to take it from? Where you
On the
guys?
health department. And we're asking you, since there's a controversy here, I can't believe the county's got a budget that this tight, quite frankly. But what we're asking you to do is a different motion now to find $150,000 in this $3.2 million and bring it back to us as a recommendation to reduce that budget. My motion is to direct you to reduce this budget by $150,000 and bring it back to us as a part of the budget process in case there's a serious problem.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, 4-3. Mental health.
What page is that on?
Which is the next page we're going to?
Yeah,
120.
South side stuff.
120.
Mental health.
Mental health.
Yeah,
We
that's
can't
got the
change that.
Bats and.
No, that's a contribution.
That's right.
Although-
Sure, will get fired.
There's your little pet project, bats.
Page 120's got
Well,
your.
is BATS in there?
Yes.
Well, if BATS is in the mental health budget. Oh, I got my page folded here.
These are some non-departmental items that,
Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about the BCC contribution when I make this motion. That's $55,000. That's to help disadvantaged people. So, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, a legitimate thing to do. But Beaufort Area Transportation is funded by gasoline tax, fuel tax revenues. And the purpose of Beaufort Area Transportation is that was to be seed money for counties to set up transportation programs that could charge for hauling people and that could actually provide a real public service. And what BATS has become is a public service that only hauls the indigent, period. They may haul a few other people, but that's basically what they do. This is money that there is no statutory requirement that we have to give to them. And it is $50,000 that can be cut out of their budget because they can charge somebody that can afford to pay for riding.
Mr. Chair, could somebody that can afford to ride BATS is not gonna pay them to ride BATS? I was over at Physicians East today, and I saw BATS vehicles come over 2 or 3 times. Once this week, you go by BATS, and you see this little gentleman over there, don't have no legs. He ride BATS.
That's right.
I mean, this is $50 that the county is well spent. I gravely believe that, and I think it would be an injustice to these people that need this transportation. I mean, these people go all over Beaufort County, Punga and everywhere, trying to get folks to their doctors, trying to get folks to the kidney centers up here. This is no money. $50,000 is no money that this county gives to this program. I wish and pray that the Gang of Four wouldn't borrow this $50,000.
Well, I know people that pay these public transportation systems to ride on because they have the money. Most of them are elderly. They either can't drive or don't want to drive. So they use BATS and the taxi services for this. I'm not talking about depriving the indigent of anything. This is actually a gift subsidy and what it does is it helps this BATS to not ever want to be self-supporting, not ever be what they were set out and what the state wanted them to become. We are subsidizing them, and it's just like a sugar tit. As long as you keep it there, they're never going to do any better.
They use the county contribution to leverage several $100,000 of other funds, state and federal money that they use to operate on.
Well, I would invite them to come back to us when they need those grants, and I'll be perfectly willing to take a look at their leverage when they come in and bring us a specific grant as to this is leveraging this, or that. But they have never done that. We've always been told this, we've always been told that, and my information is contrary to the information they're giving us. So let's put them to the test by saying, when you get ready to leverage, you bring us the grant in, and we will take a look at it and see whether we can
Well,
support
I mean,
it or
I
not.
think they're required to do it annually to get their funding from these other sources. I attended their board meeting less than a month ago, and they're faced with significant reductions in their other state and federal funding for their
Mr.
services.
Chair,
Go ahead.
again, I asked this gang of four to consider this organization. I see them every day. I mean, these are not people, these are not the typical people that's going out for a handout. These are folk that don't have no other way to get to the dialysis center, no other way to get to hospitals, no other way to get to grocery stores. You see these, Mr. Richardson, I wish you would sit out there someday and see this kid. Not one leg. That's the only transportation he has to get around to the doctors and stuff. I mean, I know you want to see what happens with these people, but I'm begging you guys.
Well,
this is money well spent.
Mr. Chairman, the state is threatening to defund some of these outfits. The state has already put forward that they are going to combine these things. And the reason that they're going to combine them is to get them off the sugar tit of money that they have been on, so they have to start sitting on their own bottom. These transportation services have become welfare centers, and the State Department of Transportation is not going to keep funding them. What are you going to do when these people have no source of income, they've developed no core business, and then the state of North Carolina decides they're going to reduce their money? They're going out of business, and you're going to have nothing. The best thing that you can do is to take their funding now, so they have to tighten up so they can survive when times get tougher.
Okay. There was a motion. Was there a second? Did somebody second that?
Second.
Okay.
Randall, from what I understood, for every $1 we do, we get $7 in matching funds.
I don't know what the figure is.
That's what's.
They've never brought us the proof. They keep talking that,
That's
and
what I've
we've
been
asked
told.
for the proof, and they've never brought us the grants.
All right, have a motion. Well, let me ask you this question. Is that everything for this page, mental health?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I just would like to state one thing. We've never really known exactly what they charge, and could they increase their charges and wean off of this?
They provided us with that just in the past few months, and we sent it out
Yeah,
to
I got it.
everybody.
All right,
They collect a little bit of money, but not enough.
but they haven't stated what they could charge more. I mean, I hear. Well, they charge a little bit, and it makes these people feel like they're paying something, and I get that. But maybe they should pay a little bit more.
Oh,
All right.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? A new gang, 5-2.
thank the Lord.
All right, Veteran Services.
You heard
Thank you.
tonight at the last work session about this budget is pretty basic,
Okay.
very valuable services.
Nobody had anything on Veteran Service, do you?
Nah.
Okay.
Not considering how bad it is, and they're better here than they are in Washington D.C.
Youth Services?
Page 125. For non-departmental agencies you support. Page 125.
We've got Pamlico Pals, $2,000, Boys and Girls Club, $40,000, and
JCPC, that should.
that's JCPC. All right. I make a motion that we not fund Pamlico Pals and the Boys and Girls Club.
Second.
Always grabbing the least of them.
There's some things that government should do, and there's some things that government shouldn't do, and that's where we just differ. I think government should be for basic services that government does best.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Booth.
I'm not a member of the Boys and Girls Club, but I support them very wholeheartedly.
You're not a boy or a girl.
I said I'm not a member of the Boys and Girls Club. You can't hear. But let me tell you something. This club, this is money well spent also. Pitt County has merged and tried to help this club stand on its own. And if you look around every county in the state of North Carolina that has a Boys and Girls Club, probably Beaufort County contribute the least. I hope that we don't hurt this entity.
I mean, these two particular programs help those children who are most at risk. I mean, this is one of those scenarios that you can honestly say, pay me now or pay me later. I mean, if we can help our children to become productive citizens and contribute to society, then that is a home run for every last one of us. I don't care how you feel about government funding or anything else. When we can make a difference in the lives of any young people, we should seize that opportunity. And this is not a large amount of money. Gary.
I've been lucky enough over the last 40 years to have the opportunity to work with Pamlico Pals and Boys and Girls Club too. And I've seen them come in that organization. I've seen some of them walk out just as bad as they were the day they walked in. But I've seen that help a bunch, and I got to support this.
Well, I'd just like to say one thing, since you've got your side. I support I support it as well, but I support it as an individual. I don't support it as a government entity asking person A to pay for the services of person B. I feel like government should be there to pay and provide basic services that we are tasked to do, not this group or that group that has some need that is not within the confines, the constraints of what local government was set up to do to begin with. And we're getting further and further away from that initial point where we're there to provide those basic services. I mean, in counties, we're here to provide a courthouse. We're here to provide we're here to provide law enforcement, record keeping. We're here to provide health to the point that we know when there's an outbreak of disease. We're tasked since about 125 years ago to provide certain monies for education. I mean, it comes a point you just can't do everything for everybody all the time and say, well, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to raise your taxes again. But we're revenue neutral.
Raising taxes?
Well, you're going to raise them.
This is tax money. This is taken away from poor people
No, I'm
to
saying
help other people.
he said raising taxes. I said nobody here tonight has mentioned raising taxes.
Oh, but you are. You eventually will. It happens every year. It happens all the time. I mean, I've seen my tax bill go up tremendously, even though it's revenue neutral. There's a lot of people that have had that to happen. And maybe somebody else is not getting raised. I don't know how that happens. But by the economics, governmental sleight of hand, people's taxes do go up in a revenue neutral environment.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? 2-5. It did not pass.
I bet that hit the paper.
And so I guess.
So only 6,500 people read it.
6,500.
So we need to do the opposite.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we pass this.
Okay, we have a motion. There a second?
Pass what now?
The same list.
Same list.
On what page?
125.
That's in the budget that we have.
Yeah, good.
Yes, it's in the budget.
Okay.
125?
Okay. Just want to make sure. All
Okay.
I'll go along with it.
Oh, yeah, all in favor.
You've already voted on it. They've already voted on it. Don't vote for it.
To keep it as is, as in the budget. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, 5-2. Okay, now let's move. Solid waste.
Page 128, you can see, which we had a discussion on that previously about the operation of the
solid waste services in the county, operation of the convenience centers, the landfill, disposal costs, transportation costs, convenience sites, and any questions on that?
None, we move on, it's things that is.
Question, we don't have anything in there looking at building another convenience site either, do we?
I got some information from Christina this afternoon on that. I'd asked her to get that for us, and I have not had time to include anything, but I may put something together for y'all to consider before our next session. Animal control.
Animal control?
Animal control.
Page 132. That, the big thing he had was, you did already approve the vehicle request.
So we can just move on, there's more about it, jumping up and down about.
Next is building inspections on 136.
Anybody got anything for building inspections?
You had the vehicle, put the one vehicle there.
The criminal justice partnership, that's, you said that's been restructured.
Yeah, that nets out. Those changes are up there already.
Okay.
So that doesn't cost us anything. Pass through.
Okay. Fire protection.
Forestry stuff. You got that.
Anything for the forestry?
No.
Emergency management.
Page 143. We already had a discussion on that.
All right. We'll keep moving. Rescue EMS contributions.
There is one change. Did we discuss the rate change on the one?
Yeah.
Not in my district, is it?
No,
it doesn't affect here.
Doesn't affect the
144, 145, where are we?
Yeah, 145.
145. Any questions there?
Okay.
Medical examiner, we discussed that.
Yeah, we discussed the medical examiner.
Then you
Did we
come
go
to the-
past 145 rescue EMS contract?
Yes.
Look, the Sydney dive team, that is a contribution. I mean, this guy's in business. You know, we can pay him for his services when we need him. That is a charitable contribution to a business. I mean, I move that we take the Sydney dive team out
Yeah, just pay him.
and pay him for his services if he does something for us.
He can bill us, and if we like it, we'll pay him. We'll always pay him, but then the next time we might pay somebody else. So
I mean, we're giving money to a business.
he'll just give us competitive rates, and if we need him, we got him.
Question, do we ever use them?
We pay,
Well, we will when we pay him.
we
I
pay
mean, have we used
$10,000 and even if we don't use it. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed?
He will be paid when we use it.
All right, Sheriff's Department,
What page?
150.
150 and 151, isn't it?
Yeah, where it starts.
Al, what do you want to do?
I leave that up to you.
We do have the 5 vehicles
scary, Al.
recommended in there.
That's scary.
Pardon me?
There's 5 vehicles recommended in.
All right, I'm trying to find
Let's
myself.
cut it down to 3.
By 3?
So,
That's exactly the number I was thinking
cool.
about.
So move.
Bottom line by 3.
I'll make a motion.
You said 2, 3.
No, I said cut it to 3.
That's what I mean.
Hold on. What page you on?
It's 5 vehicles, you said cut it down from 5 vehicles to 3 vehicles.
Oh, to 3 vehicles.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were talking about cutting the bottom line by 300,000.
That's just 3 vehicles.
Well, okay, I can go along with that.
Yeah, because he's gonna ask for 2 more later on from the drug money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah.
You second?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? 4-3.
Does that reduce, does that fund 2 vehicles?
That funds 3
Funds
vehicles.
Okay.
I think you find 2 horses.
And the jail on page 153.
Well,
Hold on here.
hold on.
I'm not ready to move on.
Oh, I thought you voted it.
there was a summary page here for public.
150, I'm on page 150, and last year, we went ahead and we funded a deputy so we could eliminate overtime. Well, overtime is now 153,628, and in 2012, it was 131,595. I don't see where we gained anything by putting that position in.
Yeah.
Well, Al, I'm looking for the bottom line for the, I don't even know what it's called right now, but it's the sheriff's department, the jail, and the 9/11.
You're looking for the
There's
public
three
safety.
different ones.
Yeah, I don't know if we can cut the jail, though.
No, cut the jail.
148 is the sheriff's department budget summary. That's for everything.
Would you entertain cutting the sheriff's, that 3.6 million by 200,000? And that would take care of the deputy. He could put it wherever he wanted to.
That'd take care of more than the deputy. No, I don't.
How about 100,000? That would fit rather nicely.
The thing you get into with the sheriff's department is, and they have a lot of fallout on salary. They're not matching with positions, are they, Jim?
No, but if you start cutting salary, starting July 1, if every position's filled, we're going to have to eliminate. We can't enter a fiscal year. We don't have budgetary. If you don't give us budgetary control for every position, we're going to have to eliminate positions July 1 if we cut salary.
You're better off to cut the total expenditures, because he's got uniform accounts, he's got a whole bunch of things that he can manage over there to get that money and do it the way he wants to.
I sort of like to pass on that right now.
I'd like to see it cut by 100,000.
Can you live with that, Al?
100, that's about 1.5%, that's about 2%.
I live with the cost of the deputy, which is about 60,000.
Now we cut the three. Okay, let's go 60,000 for the deputy, and we got the two cars. We say.
Yeah, he's going to
That's
come
not bad.
back on the two cars.
That's all right. Well, we got them now.
You couldn't go 100?
I want to go 60 because I want to cut something out of the jail.
You do?
I don't
Yes,
know
I
if
do.
want to cut anything out of the jail.
I
What you
do.
want- how much you want to cut out of jail? Excuse us while we have this conversation.
Sidebar.
Inmate safekeeping has been continuously going down.
We need to finish this now before we move to.
I know, but we're trying to cut a deal here. That's why I
Y'all
say we're having a
caucus. What's y'all
sidebar.
caucus? What you caucus?
Having a side, we can do that if we need to.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and caucus and come on back, and we can go ahead and we can all go home.
See, the inmate safekeeping is.
You're leaving Gary out.
You leaving Gary?
Is going down
I can't hear you,
continuously.
but I'm listening.
And this year estimate is 24,000. They requested 250,000, 130,000 in there. 150,000 in there. Why don't we cut that budget item from 150 to 50, and if they need more money, they have to come back to us and ask for it.
I don't have a problem with that. I think the thing that we're looking at there, though, is the fact that
These are people off site.
inspectors have been after us, yeah. The inspectors have been after us, and they need, but
They just spent like $30,000 in Pamlico County housing 10 people down there.
I'll tell you what she can do, though. When she runs out of that budget, she can come back to us to for another appropriation. She doesn't have to need the money right then. She doesn't have to say, I can't send them out, I don't have the money.
I mean, you could also say, well, if it's in there, if they don't need it, they're not going to spend it.
Well, I'd rather
control.
do it that way and appropriate more funds than to just give them an open door.
That way we know what's going on.
Budget $125,000 more than what they spent this year.
Well, that's the kind of thing that's a floating
Understood.
line item
Right.
that you never know.
I can do the 60. I don't want to, but I can do the 60, and we'll tinker with this thing over here if y'all can.
Okay.
All right, our caucus is over with.
All right, what's your motion?
All right, Al, make a motion.
Cut 60, cost of the deputy that didn't reduce the overtime.
So you're cutting out personnel, but he's got vacant positions right now anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not a warm body.
Okay, you have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, 4-3. All right, to jail.
Now, if you disagree with that.
No, I wouldn't have agreed with you if we'd still be arguing.
I want to know one thing. We took a visit to the jail, and I was actually appalled at what our jail looked like.
It's not
we
fit.
had- Was the shower stalls, the stainless steel shower stalls,
That's where they want to put those. yeah.
okay, has that money been appropriated in this year's budget?
We
or
approved the painting and repairs, but not
for
the stainless
this.
steel at this point, I believe, isn't that correct? We
No, they're not
approved
in
the
it,
repairs and the painting,
They
but
did the
not,
painting right, you stripped it down.
not, no stainless, that's right, yeah.
It lasted about.
So the shower stalls are not included in the budget, is that correct?
Right now, they're not.
They do it right, yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion that we go ahead and allocate the money to put stainless steel shower stalls.
So you're adding that,
in the jail.
so you're adding that to the.
How much you talking about?
About 40,000.
$40,000. But I tell you,
I don't disagree with you from a maintenance standpoint, even with the uncertain future of the jail. I mean,
It's something that's needed.
it really, and I couldn't hardly believe when I walked in, got water running 24 hours a day.
We did follow up on that, and so I don't know if they've addressed it yet, but hopefully they have.
All right, that's
Yeah,
your
there
motion.
was several questions.
That's your motion?
Yes, sir.
you gotta wait for Stan to get back.
Oh,
He
no, we
votes
don't.
for it if he's not here.
That's right.
Okay. All right, I second.
All right.
Was it?
What is about 40?
Up to 40,000.
All
Yeah,
right.
for
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? 7-0.
Excuse me, who's the second?
Who?
The gang of seven.
Gang of seven.
That's right.
The first.
That's I voted for it.
All right, Al, make your, yes, you did. You'll get your Cadillac delivered next week.
I need a car.
All right.
I make a motion to reduce inmate safekeeping from 150,000 to 50,000, and if they need more money to come going forward, to come to us for us to make an appropriation, so we basically know the money's being needed.
All right, you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, 4-3. Emergency communications.
156.
I need some rubbing alcohol when I get home.
I got some brown.
Rubbing alcohol. Not drinking alcohol, but rubbing alcohol.
Bruises.
Even I want ice cream over alcohol.
I think you made some adjustments to this earlier with tonight. You
Yes.
made some changes in
So,
personnel.
but there are no other changes we'll move?
No. You knew where we're gonna get off of that easy.
All right, what you got?
Go to page 159.
159?
That's a different one.
Oh, okay, which one are y'all doing?
156.
That's recreation.
We're in communications.
He's just so
Oh,
anxious to get
sorry,
over it.
I thought you were done with that.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do anything with that.
156, communications.
Okay.
No changes on that?
No.
Okay.
So now you get culture and recreation.
On 157, you have the list of all the different non-governmental contributions that you make to different agencies and organizations in the county.
I would like to motion that we cut the Royal Fossil Museum, the Bellhaven Memorial Museum, the Washington Chamber of Commerce, Bellhaven Chamber of Commerce, the Aurora Chamber of Commerce, Beaufort County Arts Council. We cut BHM down to where it was last year. We cut literacy volunteers. We cut Highway 17 transportation down to $20,000. Citizens on the South Side together got to go. NC20 Association, I'll leave that. Blind Center, cut that. Pamlico Pals, you've already approved that. Bats, we've already dealt with. BC Fire Safety House, I don't know what that is, 3,500. Sydney Dive Team, we've dealt with that. Southern Albemarle Association, cut that. And Medical Examiner, leave it alone.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? It failed.
Okay, who wants to cut what now?
Well, you can go back
I
on
want
the,
to take out NC 20 totally.
NC 20
And I want to take out Highway 17, I want to cut that.
altogether?
No, I want to cut it down to 15,000.
Okay.
And the BHM library, cut that down to 100,000.
There's
you can
matching-
cut them.
there's matching funds there.
You need to cut them like 20,000 or 25,000.
Matching funds.
There's a lot of it.
Yeah, it's you're
It's
gonna
regional,
Yeah, it's regional, and it's going to get to be real messy.
I just took it down to 194. I mean, that's almost.
Take it down to 194.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Leave it. Let's say leave it where it was last year.
And I want to leave Bellhaven completely alone. I mean, Aurora completely alone. They're struggling down there. They need all the help they can get.
Well, yeah, now we're back to who's struggling the most. I mean, what is the government supposed to do? Provide for everyone or just some of us?
I don't want to mess with Aurora or Bellhaven.
He's got a soft place in his heart.
And zero for Washington Recreation.
Yeah, if we can get out both ways.
And,
I didn't cut any of the recreations.
I wish we would just, I said.
Washington Chamber of Commerce, I say let's cut that in half.
We don't have anything in there for Washington.
Why are we giving it to the Chamber of Commerce? That's
No,
private.
I said Washington Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, okay.
But that's like a private thing.
Cut that down to 1,500.
Well, that's actually the Beaufort County, Washington Chamber. It serves Catholic lovers.
Good, let's cut it to 1,500.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Could you read back the motion?
I make a motion to cut Highway 17, NC 20 completely out. Highway 17, cut them to 15,000. BHM Library to 194, and the Washington Chamber of Commerce to 1,500.
Well, let me ask you: would you include it to literacy volunteers you want to give to them?
Do what?
The literacy volunteers you want to include them in there?
No.
You want to cut them?
No, I do not.
You do not.
I'm voting on them, Stan. Don't be slick.
I'll go ahead and support your motion if you increase the Highway 17 Transportation Association from 15 to 20K.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll go along with that if you'll do it.
Well, I was going to say something about Highway 17 also. I mean, that is a very, very important asset to us in Beaufort County.
We're contributing disproportionately to it now.
Yeah. Also, I wish that you would add in your budget. It's not fair to give all other municipalities recreation money. We hold Washington.
I mean, I've got it all.
I think we should put them back to where they used to be. That's up for discussion.
I can't justify giving Washington. They don't have a recreation department. They don't fund any sports. They maintain the fields in the Washington area, and then the people in Beaufort County pay the city to come and play on. I can't support that.
I'll go along with you.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
And I have a question for clarification. Highway 17, I need to know the amount. You said originally.
20,000.
For a total of 20,000.
Right. And NC 20.
I got the rest.
Okay.
Did you cut the NC 20 completely out? Okay.
All right. All in favor, raise your right hand. 2, 3.
5 to 2.
5, 2.
I don't agree with the cuts, but the Highway 17, I want it to go back.
All right.
Okay. We're making progress here.
That's it. Oh, I'm Tango. Economic and Physical Development Summary. I already know Stan's motion.
Yeah.
Completely.
Just make it for him.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Beaufort County cuts their allotment to economic development.
Well, this is a category, just the name of that category. We're not to
Well, we're not there yet.
I'm
ready.
Page 164.
All right.
Cooperative Extension. Hearing nothing, we can move on.
Yeah.
Planning Department.
Nah.
Hearing nothing, we can move on.
That is where Stan's motion, if there is one. That's the planning department's where we fund
Kevin Richards does a good job.
Economic development.
Oh, really? Okay.
Economic development, whatever our portion is.
We got
net
the only
amount that
portion
we
right
pay.
now.
Page 173.
Yeah, whatever that net amount is.
No.
How much is that net amount after we get what we get in and what we put out?
228,646.
And that's our net. All right, I say we cut that.
All right,
And all deference to Bob Hughes, who's a wonderful guy.
have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor
Well,
of that motion?
I'd like to say one thing in support of my motion. We're picking the winners and losers, just like we're doing with these charities.
All right, all in favor, raise your right hand.
Gosh, I
All
thought by
opposed?
myself for a minute.
Failed. Okay, did we do soil and water?
Oh, we skipped over that.
Okay, I don't think anybody has anything on that.
You had the vehicle put in earlier. For that.
That's the whole book.
That's it.
But you need to vote to fund the economic development. Now, you voted.
All right,
So I make a motion that we fund economic development.
have a motion. Is there a second?
I don't know, talk about it tonight, no.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
What are we voting on?
Economic development.
Oh, no.
All opposed?
Raise your hand.
5-2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that that we help Bellhaven in their endeavor on this backflow pipe. I know that there's some questions about where their money went that we gave to their project, but they are in a financial situation down there, and I would like to make a motion that on their loan that they have, we pay the interest on the loan, and that starts at $17,000 and progresses down, and the last payment, I think, is $800 if I remember correctly.
It's the 20 years stock
20-year
period, I
loan.
think.
And that's my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. Discussion.
Yeah,
I think he can only commit for 1 year, excuse me.
that was what I was gonna ask about. I would rather just vote on the first year and then, because I don't think we can obligate future
Cannot obligate any
boards or
future boards.
commissioners.
I'll go along with that. I'll amend my motion
You
today.
can obligate them for interest payments.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
That's it.
Any?
the other thing commissioners need to be aware of, when you open the door for this and you start helping these people, and I've been here for 17 years, and we've worked our way out of this kind of stuff. What we're doing right here, where somebody comes in, oh, I'm so poor, and I feel so bad, and I did a dumbass thing, and you need to, excuse my French, and you need to bail me out, and that's what you're doing. You're doing a bailout. Then you're going to have 10 other people right behind them. So, Commissioner Brin, you need to get ready. Your telephone is going to start ringing if this thing passes.
Well, Adam did not have anything to do with that, and he's trying to do the best job he can.
I commended him
It's still a bailout.
verily.
Still a bailout.
Yeah, Adam's defense of Bellhaven is commendable.
Right.
And
Right.
I
He's a
think
fine young man.
he's doing a great job. But
right.
in essence, we thought it was a bad idea then. It's a bad idea now to go down there and bail them out.
All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? It failed. Excuse me. Yep.
Okay, I have one more motion to make.
Okay.
And that we divide the sales tax money in the manner that is most advantageous to Beaufort County. And I believe that we would net out with something like $700,000 or $800,000 of money that we are now subsidizing these towns and cities with.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and I'd like to go and talk first.
Okay, discussion.
Okay, it's already being done down in Onslow County. And let's remember, we represent Beaufort County citizens. We represent everybody outside the cities and everybody inside the cities. If we can be an efficient government and do the best job we can do, we're keeping money in our coffers and out of the coffers of more inefficient governments. And let's face it, city governments are, by their nature, extremely inefficient. Look at Washington. They have never found a grant that they could not turn down. So I defend Hood's motion, and I hope I provided
some incentive for the rest of you to vote for it.
Commissioner Booth?
Mr. Chair, I can't support this. I mean, cities, they rely on this money. This money is part of their budget. And here we go now, just turn down the helping of Bell Haven. And then you come back around. That's the reason why I knew this was coming. I'm not going to vote to take their tax revenue that they've been getting for years.
You can't do it now anyway.
Well, let me finish.
That's right.
Let me finish. And the thing about it is, other municipalities, Pantega, Bath, Bell Haven, Chocowinity, they rely on these funds to help in their budget process. So I'm asking and hoping that this will pass.
Mr. Chairman, not to jump in the fray, but
Include this.
the motion, you all have to declare by April 1 for it to take effect in the new fiscal year. So what you would effectively be doing is putting the municipalities on notice, if it was approved, that this would be a fiscal year 2015 implementation, not 2014. So it would give us enough time to study the issue and then implement it April 1, 2014 for a July 1, 14 implementation.
So you're
Mr.
not
Chairman,
taking
by
the other
using the per capita method like we're doing now, I don't feel as badly when these municipalities come to us asking for things and turning them down, because we're already making a contribution to them by the way that we're doing it now. And so it seems to me like, I hate to be in a situation, particularly when I was working, that I've been getting something for a low number of years, and all of a sudden, that money's cut out. And you're scrambling, trying to figure out what you're going to do. And Gary just a few minutes ago talked about how Aurora and Bellhaven are suffering, and they need everything they can get. And this would just be adding fuel to that fire. So I can't support changing it.
Well, in defense of the argument to keep the money and supporting what you're saying, how would you feel if we kept it and then they came to us when they needed money, and then we could watch over them and make sure they didn't spend it stupidly?
Well, I'm not a micromanager like some of you are.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? It failed.
Mr. Chairman, I have two last items to bring before the board. The first one is that I looked back to my email from late this afternoon, and Christina has estimated that the cost for a new convenience site would be in the range of $150,000.
Good.
And of course, that probably would narrow that down. Maybe it wouldn't cost quite that much, and maybe it'd be a little bit more, but that's just for your information. If you want us to include that in the budget, it would address a major complaint and need that we've dealt with the past couple of years since the hurricane, and we get calls of complaint on a regular basis about the lack of the shortcomings of the Chocowinity site.
So this is the one, say, further south along 17, or
We put it on that county property, on the backside of that county property, in a wooded area that was suitable, that would be sort of secluded but protected.
Is there going to be a road getting back there?
There's already a road behind it.
Be right on the Frederick Road.
Yeah, but I just need your, if you want us to put that in the budget, it'd be a good investment for us to make.
Yeah, it
Talked
would be.
about it for a couple of years. It is, and it's very much needed. We'll come back to you once we get some hard estimates, but we need to put something in the budget if we're going to have authority to explore and get estimates.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I think it's a good time to.
Yeah, I think so.
Booth, motion, Deathridge, second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Let me offer one statement. There, at that location, a lot of Beaufort County is to the south and east of that side, even more than, a lot of it, just like it is on the north side.
We'll, if you allow us to put it in the budget.
All in favor?
Okay.
7-0.
And the other item is that something else that I included in the budget message, which I consider to be very important, and that is for our staff of the proposal to increase their leave earning rates. As I told you before, we have one of the lowest leave earning rates of any county in the state. We're in the bottom 4 or 5 counties, actually. Dolores did that research, and you know, I don't view this as some way to pamper or spoil our employees, but it's a way to do something small for our employees that costs us nearly nothing in the big picture. And I would just really encourage you to allow us to move forward with this.
What is leave earning rates? Explain that.
Well, that is the amount of vacation they accrue each month, based on how long they've been working for the county. The longer you work, after a certain, I think like a 5-year increment, you'll earn a little bit more. You've been here 10 years, you'll earn a little bit more, 15 years, a little bit more, and so on.
What do they get now?
I had sent that out to you. I don't know the exact number, but I can get it if you can go.
Let's talk about it Monday night.
I'll make a motion that we do that, Mr. Manning.
All right, you have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
And then I tell you the reason why is because they're on the same pay scale that basically the state is, and I think it'll be a great thing to go ahead on and reward this employee.
All right.
Are you talking about vacation time, or are you talking about sick leave?
Sick leave won't change a bit. They already have that set.
So we're giving more vacation.
Yes, sir.
I tell you what, this is one of the things that goes on that I learned in industry a long time ago. It's not profitable to pay people not to work, and that's what you're talking about. You're talking about ultimately adding more employees because you're going to give these people more time off, so you're going to put more strain on the system. The way that the public is suffering right now with low income and no work, and then you're going to pay people not to work. This is not the time to start doing this stuff.
And I got to tell you, the economy looks like it's getting better. I think we got a drop coming within 6 to 7 months.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, almost had Stan. He caught himself.
4 to 3, it failed.
It failed. All right. You said you had something, Gary?
Yes, on the water department,
almost voted right.
Christina came in with an estimate of, I think, $174,000. That project will be bid out. I'm sure, is that a set?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a set figure? Or
Yeah. It's bid.
Which project we
Robert
talking
and I
about?
were just talking.
That,
That seems a little
For
high.
the equipment, the building.
Oh, yeah.
$74,000 for 1,400 square feet.
That seems a little high.
It's high. She's put everything. Now, keep in mind, an engineer is always going to be high on his budget number.
That's right.
It's just going to be through the
She
ceiling.
said that she got the figures from a contractor.
Yeah, but I tell the
contractor.
contractor I want a high number. This is my first pass.
Right, I
So
got
she's. I'm sure that's what she's
I
doing.
just want to make sure that,
She'll have 3 bids on it.
She's going to have to bring bids back.
yeah, I'm all for it, but I think it can be built cheaper than that.
I want to throw something in on that Chocowinity site. Looking at what we're looking at, I'm sure this site is going to be well done, and I want to put the caveat in there. If we put that much money in this site, that we close the other site.
Yeah.
Well, that's up to y'all's decision. When we discussed it a couple of weeks ago, we talked about keeping the current site.
I know we did.
Open and adding the additional site.
But when you look at the cost and the operating cost and all that, and I'm sure Christina's going to come back with a very nice, open, very accessible site that people are going to want to use. And I really think that the one over on Gray Road's going to dry up if you spend that much money.
Gray Road is so close to Gray Road.
Another thing that
It's not more than 3
we
miles
need to
away.
consider, Hood,
About 3?
is where we're moving it at. You know, we always had the problem over at that site, the people from Craven and Pitt counties coming.
Yeah.
So that is something else that you're going to have to pay extra attention
Yeah,
to.
yeah, and
Well, if you make this site big enough, you won't have those lines backing up.
that's
there.
right. That's what I'm saying. $150,000, and we got a 200-acre site. She got all the land she needs to design on. So I think you're going to want to abandon the Gray site, but we can consider that later on.
What are we
I'm
gonna do
just
with the
throwing it
land?
out for consideration.
Yeah, you would want to do an arrangement where you would keep it open, both of them open for a trial period.
months,
and then convert.
Transition it right out.
Yeah.
Well, if we had a hurricane, it wouldn't be bad to have both of them.
Right.
No, well, that little dinky thing on Gray Road is
Yeah, ain't gonna be
compared
good
to what
to
you're
her.
going to get.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're out of here. All right.
Oh, God.